Okay, hello. I have to do this. It's for your own good. Maybe for my own good. It's for the good of all that I do this. Let's see how many people have listened to my plea. How many people? 2 people. I like my own thing. Hello. How are you? Whoever you are. Who is here right now watching me doing this. Doing this. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream that has begun. I scared you out of nowhere? That the stream was scheduled or something to begin at some point. Look, I'm brushing my hair. I've got good news. Hello, Garrett Medding. It looks like I've won you over as a viewer. Oh my gosh. Wonderful. It is nice to see viewers who stick around because of my lovely personality and stuff. I've got great news. I guess we're gonna start with organizational stuff. You love organizational stuff, right? I've got wonderful news for you. The wonderful news is, and I hope, let me see. And I hope that it'll incentivize people to maybe use it. Where is it? Ah, thank you. Oh my gosh. $150. Oh, for the equipment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Fake Kyle Parker. Thank you. As always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For people watching as well. Which is not a small amount. 4 people. It's like Quartet. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Here you go. Here I go. Indeed. Here I go. And while we're at it, I remind you that the fundraiser works now. It works now. It didn't work before, but now it works. It works, and apparently, because I called the page, I asked them, hey, why are all of my payment options not working on the English page? And they said something like, well, you know, it is what it is. They're not working because something's wrong with the thing, you know? And now suddenly it's working again. It's just working again. They decided that now I deserve to have a fundraiser, I guess. So, you know. Even though they've decided to make it work only after the thing, after all the shout outs came out and people couldn't donate. Isn't that unfortunate? Demon Mama did a whole huge... I'm gonna show you, okay? I'm gonna show you. Okay, this is gonna be our first day thing of the day. Us watching what Demon Mama did for me. Okay, look. Demon Mama is really nice. I'm not sure if I think we haven't... Okay, we're gonna watch. I think. Hold on. Where is it? Oh my gosh. Where is my OBS? React. Where is the... Okay. So we're gonna watch this now. I'm gonna show you. Where is we're gonna see just how nice things have been, okay? Here it is. Demo Mama. Demo Mama. Demo Mama. Live. Insane Discourse. Look. DM has always been nice to you, that's true. I'm just gonna show you just how much. Lucy has a GoFundMe. Fortunately, it has not been working when Demon Mama has done this for me, but now it's working. Look.
Thank you, another board person. By the way, if any of you out there are watching and feel it in your hearts to throw a few donations my way, it would mean a lot. But also, if you don't want to donate to me, I want to take this quick opportunity to ask you to consider donating to a friend.
Friend!
And fellow content creator. I'm going to link this GoFundMe. This is the Polish GoFundMe site.
Friend.
Okay. Luce Haze, our a wonderful...
Nice. Haze, not Haze. Some people should learn from this. Haze.
Wonderful and incredible content creator who has been doing on-the-ground research in Ukraine about the war in Ukraine from a Polish perspective, a Polish leftist perspective. Lucy has been on this show many, many times and is a very close member of this community. And Lucy has been trying to get the equipment to be able to remote stream from Ukraine. Specifically, Lucy was talking recently, reaching out to and talking to LGBTQ people in Ukraine. And Lucy wants to be able to stream on the road while traveling and documenting things in Ukraine. Lucy is trying to raise just a very simple $3,100 specifically for streaming equipment to be used on the road in Ukraine. And I would really love it if people were willing to throw a few bucks over Lucy's way.
Please.
I really like Lucy. I really think Lucy is wonderful. And I told Lucy I was going to shout out this GoFundMe because I want to support Lucy in all that she does. Since May 22nd, 2024, Lucy has regularly traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine to speak to Ukrainians about their perspectives on the war, interview organizations including Save Ukraine and others about their efforts to assist in humanitarian aid and the war effort, engage in local volunteer work, preparing community defenses and barriers. It is vitally important to get an on-the-ground perspective during this conflict. Lucy has a deep knowledge of Eastern European history and gives us access to a perspective that we would not get otherwise, especially in the West. The goal we've set is approximately $3,100 USD. This fund is primarily to help Lucy get the equipment she needs, remote streaming equipment, travel fees, etc. Please consider giving what you can to help us create
Please consider, okay? Consider being a Lucy
content that matters. And that's a link to Lucy's channel.
That's right. Lucy has a channel.
Yeah, please go check out Lucy's channel. Lucy is amazing. Lucy's been on here on this show multiple times. So if you got it in your heart, toss some money over, okay? Go donate. Go send a few bucks over. Cool thing is, American dollars go a long way. So consider it. Just a little goes a long way. In fact, I'm going to donate right now.
Unfortunately,
hold on, let me see.
Unfortunately, the page didn't work, so Demon Mama could not donate. It is sad, but it's fixed now. It's fixed now. You can try it now. You know, you too can try it now. It's not working. Is that working?
All right. I got mine. Wait, I feel like I have an account on this website already. I feel like I did. Hold on. Let me go log in.
Logging. I have to check something. Something not nice.
How do you do the...
Aww.
Oh, yeah, /EN.
/live. /donate. /giggle.
I'm going to do a quick dono myself.
Yes, please. Yes, please do. Don't know. Yes.
Why is it not working?
Because for some reason,
Oh, okay, I'm going to have
the
to do it.
donation page for some reason decided to block all the donation options for me. Because they thought something was, I don't know. And now I'm so mad.
Later. For some reason, it's not working on my browser. I'm going to have to do it on another browser.
I'm mad. It wasn't the browser, it was the fundraising company itself that blocked it all.
I know I was able to do it before. Maybe I'll just send it directly to Lucy then. I've never seen this currency type. It's Polish. Polish zloty.
Złoty.
Lucy's awesome. So consider
Wait, what happened? Oh.
donating.
Consider donating. Yes. Oh, maybe I should tell in the Demon Mama
Lucy's
server.
doing good stuff, and Lucy's been very, very ambitious.
Ambitious.
Little small channel on the rise, and an opportunity for us to
rise.
help someone doing something good.
Maybe you're right. Please join the stream.
It's not working on mine either. Yeah, it might be an issue with Firefox. Worst case, you can just donate directly through Lucy's stream. If you don't want to donate to the GoFundMe, you can just say that it's for that. I'm sure that would be appreciated. But I think it's literally, I remember now, I feel like I had to donate using like Edge or Chrome or something like that.
I'm edgy.
Instead
I'm
of
edgy like
Firefox.
the Edge. I'm edgy, so we're
All right,
gonna do
everybody.
an edgy.
I want
We're gonna do an edgy thing today. If you're ready. Do you want an edgy thing? I DM'd her about it. Demon Mama is a bit ill. I think Demon Mama is a bit ill. She got ill from the rest of her household who was ill, and now she's ill. Did you know? Well, now you know. I wrote in the general chat in the Demon Mama server, please join stream. Please join stream. And I self-promo. Oh, I got a promo. Boom. Boom. Oof. That did it, didn't it? That did it. Excellent. Didn't that do it? Also, let me check. Look. Oh, I'm gonna prove it to you that it's working now. Okay? Look. English. Donate now. Ta-da! Visa, PayPal. Ta-da! You see? Do you see what you can do? Excellent. Excellent. All right. Whew. Are you ready for React content? Do you like React content? Is React content your cup of tea? You ready for it? Hold on. I'm ready for it. For the algorithm, we're gonna do our mandatory vouch segment. You want a mandatory vouch segment? I want to do a poll because I want to see if people are watching this passively or actively. Hell yeah. Heck nah. Yes. Would you like to try to donate? Philippe Auguste? Hello. How have you been? Oh boy. Do what you want. I will share. Hello, Sophie Potato. Oh my gosh, Sophie Potato. Hello. Oh my gosh. I'm doing pretty okay. There are certain forks in the road, but with segment the one about reacting to his thing about homelessness. Sophie Potato, have you been here before? I'm not sure if you've been here before. And you have a clock next to your name, which means you have a new account. So how did you find the stream? How do you like this stream? What other streamers do you watch? And, you know, tell me everything. Let's see how the thing is hopping. Let's see if some generous soul has decided to... No. No generous souls so far. No generous souls. But yes. Heard that segment wasn't bad except for some oversimplification at the end. Oh, okay, we're gonna watch it then. Let me see. Uh, all right. Don't worry, she interrogates everyone. I do. I do. But no answer. Maybe I scared the person away. I vote we watch Tyler clap the cheeks of the... Can you link it on the page or something? I feel like I scared Sophie Potato away. Okay, let's just do the vouch. Let's do the vouch for now. We can watch Tyler later. I've never watched any Tyler. And Tyler is not the algorithm segment. Who sees? No. No. Please. Please no. Okay. What page? White Forest page. No. I'm not. Oh my gosh. I mean, let's not get into it. Let's not get into it. Uh, all right, let's go. We start. Lucy is so sweet. Is too sweet and pure. True. True. That's true. I am sweet and pure. True. True. I am sweet and pure, and nothing can change that. No matter what happens. That's right. All right, let's go. Let's continue. Let's do the vouch segment. Mandatory for the algorithm. For the algorithm. Boom.
Sorry for the offline recorded video, folks. Unfortunately, I touched.
Sorry for the. See, we make fun. We make pokes at people. Sorry for the. Get it? You get my humor? Humor is humor, but in Polish. Some people say humor. Some people say humor. Do you feel like you've learned something? Is this reaction already transformative enough for me not to do anything else and just watch the video in silence and not to say anything? Have I transformed it enough with this little commentary? Vouch already destroyed it. True. Should I debate Vouch?
Tips with President Biden at Camp David and ended up getting the same cold that he had when he debated Donald Trump. So I don't want to.
So he actually had a cold during that debate. That's why he was so, I don't know, indisposed is the term. Indisposed. Is that why? You must react. Really learned more than what I've learned from Bosch. Oh yeah, I should debate him on reading. True. Shall someone make that happen? Cloud
my
shut.
voice any more than it already has been by suffering through a full stream. That being said, I still wanted to talk maybe in a more focused and perfunctory manner about the recent Supreme Court ruling concerning homelessness. Now, look, okay.
Oh, there have been a few Supreme Court rulings, okay? A few. And we're going to be discussing the big one today. We're going to be discussing the one about basically, I don't know, the president becoming immune to law or something. You know that one? You're going to be discussing it. It's going to be, I'm not sure if I want to use the term exciting, but the more Vosh gets into fashion, the worse he dresses. All of them are bad. So I'm actually interested in what the Supreme Court ruling for the homelessness is. Like, I don't know. It feels like, I've said it before, the conservatives just want homeless people dead or gone in jail. Weird uncle. Okay, let's start. Wait till I have my folder leak. You thought Vosh's folder leak was bad. Wait till mine happens. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Look forward to it. All right, let's continue. I've already sort of prompted you to be ready for the inevitable time when I will leak my folder. And yes.
Okay. We've talked about this before, folks. All right. The way in which America broadly treats homeless people is
Is basically either they should be dead or arrested. Gone from public view. That is how I see it. That is how I see it after having reviewed articles, cases, I don't know, after reviewing some, and I don't want to say studies, but reports about homelessness, reports about, there is this huge report about public toilets, and rather the lack of them and how it affects homeless people, how the number of homeless people is undercounted because of the methodology is pretty flawed, etc., etc. You know. So, oh that's about right. Out of public view.
symptomatic of, it's representative of, I guess, like the epitome of urban rot. It is like the centerpiece.
Like, for example, there was this law that passed in some state that when homeless people, even in their car or whatever, stop near someone's house or property, that person can use deadly force in self-defense, quote unquote, against the homeless person. That's just, and the whole lack of public toilets, public defecation being illegal, that also sort of contributes to the problem of, because when a homeless person breaks a law, they get a fine. And most homeless people cannot pay the fine, so they go to jail. You know? And that's basically it. That's basically it.
It is the core component of why our cities are falling apart. You know, for most people, homelessness is a problem in the sense that they have to see homeless people and they have to feel bad about homeless people when they're walking around like a downtown area. Maybe they feel threatened, but
And of course, the Republicans are trying to make it that nobody will have to see homeless people. Pretend they don't exist in the squeaky clean, in theory, cities. And public defecation in many states and cities is very legal, and so treat it as yeah. So it's fine, and then if the homeless person cannot pay the fine, and usually the fine is so high that no homeless person would be able to pay it, homeless people are taken to jail.
let's be real, in most places, if you see a homeless person, they're just kind of like a curled up blob underneath a sleeping bag on the street, and it's really just quite sad and pathetic to see them. I don't really think that the average homeless person.
I'm not sure if I'd use the word pathetic. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd use the wording of it's pathetic to see them, you know?
Meaningfully presents a threat to a non-homeless citizen. For most people, the homelessness issue is one of like convenience and comfort. I'm going to proceed with the rest of this, like on the assumption that you don't care about homeless people at all. Because if you did care, like if your moral system was Christ-like and factored in the well-being of homeless people, and that was a part of your decision-making process, then everything that I'm going to say is kind of unnecessary, you know, because
I see. Already Vosh is quote unquote winning me over by saying that I don't care. It's way worse than that. What do you mean? How can it be worse than being given an impossible fine and then sent to jail? Well, how can it get worse?
As the humanitarian argument would win out. Like if you had if you're a good person, none of this should be necessary, I guess. But I want to talk past
Well, it's not necessary. I'm just reacting to this video.
that, because appealing to the, good-mindedness of people who have to deal with homelessness in their city has clearly not worked out very well. Unfortunately, this is one of those things where Republicans and Democrats are both pretty Hitlerite. I mean, it's not entirely even. Like Republicans tend
It's not even.
to be worse than Democrats when it comes to a lot of local issues.
Yeah, that's what something being illegal does, no?
But unfortunately, as is the case with stuff like NIMBYism, or being able to like integrate mixed development, local Democrats tend to be pretty bad as well. It's like a striated class issue that sometimes transcends,
Political divisions unites. I don't know.
normal party lines,
Political
which makes
above.
sense if you think about it, because liberalism, in the sort of classical sense, encourages progressivism along most lines except, well, class. Like liberalism, the way in which our system is structured kind of emphasizes the importance of equal treatment in a meritocratic sense in all lines except class, because class meritocracy, of course, is completely incompatible with capitalism. You can't like simultaneously invoke and defend a system where wealth is constantly accumulated up at the top and you have inheritance and you have such and such, but then also argue in favor of a kind of like completely even, like no matter your class, everyone gets treated the same meritocracy.
Oh. Okay. Not in my backyard. Okay, I understand.
It doesn't work. It's incompatible. The classical liberals were better about this, incidentally, than modern day neoliberals, but whatever. The recent Supreme Court ruling is bad. It has been historically held legally that you cannot discriminate against homeless people on the basis of them being homeless. And this has always been kind of like a weaselly non-distinction for two reasons. For one, the cops have always been free to harass homeless people for whatever reason they want. Who's going to stop them, right? Like, There is never... Whatever the law says, the cops have been harassing homeless people for being homeless and arresting them.
True. You have seen several videos of that happening. True.
For two, even if you can't arrest homeless people for being homeless, you can arrest them for doing things that only a homeless person would do. What's that quote? The law and its majestic equality, forbids sleeping under the bridge equally, whether you are poor or wealthy or whatever. You may not be able to go after a person for being homeless, but you can go after them for like loitering, for example, or public nuisancy. And in this,
it's basically the same thing.
Case, right? The question is it lawful for a city to arrest homeless people for sleeping out in the street, even if there
it seems it is now
are no beds that they can stay at in like a local shelter? Basically, if they literally have nowhere else to go, if there is no possible place for them to stay,
seems like with the new Supreme Court thing, I think that will happen.
You still arrest them for being, for sleeping out in the street. Now, obviously, sleep's a human need. Everyone needs to sleep. And if they have nowhere else to go, the street is the only place they can sleep, or public spaces, I guess, more broadly in the legal sense. So this effectively, thanks to the Supreme Court ruling, means that it is, in fact, legal for homelessness to be criminalized at a local level purely on the basis of being homeless. Like, there's no extra thing that a homeless person needs to do to meet that legal criteria. It is now official. I saw this little AP News video really quickly that I think hammers home the rhetorical distinction, the way this is being discussed. I already saw the video. It's not new for me. Pre-watched, I know. If you'll humor me for a moment.
Frankly, we expected it. I'm still heartbroken. Cities should be pushing on the federal government instead of pushing on the federal government to let them sweep more, They should be pushing on the federal government to fund housing, to change housing policies, to have universal health care, to do all the things that will lower homelessness nationwide.
Now, I do take issue with this from a rhetorical perspective because, again, I think that unless you're already kind of a monster, you will be sympathetic to any pro-homelessness advocacy purely on the basis that homeless people are human beings who deserve to live decent lives, you know? So when you...
But they don't possess things, so they don't deserve to be. That's basically the logic. They don't possess things. They don't possess enough things, so they do not... they do not deserve to exist in the public sphere. Should have gotten a job 20 years ago. Similar to shouldn't have expanded NATO 20 years ago. True, you shouldn't have. You forced Putin's hand. Biden and Reagan versus, you already saw that. Nobody's chatting in the side chat. Noticed. You should all join the side chat and also you should try to donate to the fundraiser. That works now. I'm gonna talk about Ukraine a bit today, since I am the Ukrainian streamer for tonight, aren't I? Isn't that right, Philippe August? Am I not the Ukraine streamer for tonight?
Make pro-homelessness policy arguments from the basis of, well, we're people too, we deserve rights. I feel like you're double dipping a little bit. The people who are receptive to these arguments already agree with you. I think it would be much better for the pro-homelessness advocacy groups, which of course does not mean they're in favor of homelessness, but rather that they support the homeless. Pro-homeless groups.
Yeah, the Ukraine streamer now and forever. Oh, wait, didn't you say that you like DBZ? You're saying I am a Z above DBZ?
Homeless advocacy groups, whatever you want. If for them to take a more matter-of-fact approach.
See, I'm taking you to task, Philippe August. Even ask if you'd get in trouble for watching DBZ recently, if memory serves. Oh, but yeah, you're number one. Oh, I'm number one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Approach to things, because again, like, appealing to the humanity of people who are in favor of the Supreme Court ruling clearly has not worked out very well. They clearly don't think of homeless people as human beings, at least not human beings worthy of equal treatment. The big disease in this country when it comes to homelessness is the eulogization of meritocracy. This is a big conservative virtue. The idea is that there is a natural hierarchy that everyone belongs on, and the real problem with society is not the existence of the hierarchy, but...
Wait, why would you be in trouble? Please explain why you would be in trouble.
Rather that different people are in the wrong places, right? People can only get what they deserve, which is why it's wrong to say provide reparations, because those individuals...
Which is why it's wrong in those people's minds not to have things, you know? Which is a weird thing, because reparations also are a wartime thing.
Well, black people today who have not been slaves don't deserve it. And to homeless people, well, if you provide homeless people what? Free housing, free bed, free food, you're incentivizing, sort of bum behavior, essentially. Like a person has
the test worked.
Failed in life and you're rewarding them for that failure. This is the conservative mindset, I say. It's more of a reactionary mindset because it's common not just to conservatives. Everyone thinks in this way, at least to a little bit. I think you could fairly argue that even a lot of left-leaning positions argue, at least from some sense, an idea of an imagined meritocracy. Only the left tends to be a little bit more critical when they're engaging with it. You know, the idea that, say, CEOs are being paid more than they have earned. It's not necessarily a wrong argument. I do think that there's some validity to recognizing the hard work that a person has put in. Am our eyes mistaking me, or is this right here in the Seattle street light? Is this sticker the famous communist leaders sticker.
Oh my god, come on. Oh my god, the meandering. Vaush, come on, get to the, you know.
Like
Get to it,
Marx Engels. Do you see?
please.
You've got like the black and white men with beards and the red background. I think that might be it. It's Marx,
Maybe.
Engels, Lenin,
Yes, Mark and then go. Let's get in.
Stalin, Mao, right? Those the five, you know? Sometimes a guy edited my face in there once. Personally, I think that was a better one, but you know, put me over Stalin and Mao. Put me next to who do I get along with now? Noam Chomsky? No, not Noam Chomsky. Bernie Sanders, put me there with Bernie Sanders, you know, heroes of the modern left. Thank you. Anyway, the idea of meritocracy, the idea that everyone should get what they deserve, and a very
Padding that segment out, aren't we? Padding it out. Padding it out.
unchristlike belief, by the way. You know, Jesus Christ was not like washing the feet of prostitutes and hanging out with the lepers based entirely on their merits. You know, he wasn't asking the prostitutes how many dicks they sucked that day and handing out, you know, foot massages proportional to the work they put in. Whatever the case may be, you know, my grievances aside, let's continue to get a little bit of the Hitlerite perspective.
Well, today's ruling is important because
Hitler.
it restores authority back to locally elected leaders for them to make the decisions about what is best for their unique communities in relation to the homelessness issues.
Yeah, so
Yes, let's arrest all the homeless for existing.
Hitler, thank you. Fully like a Weimar attitude right here. You could say the same thing if the Civil Rights Act was revoked. We're glad that the federal government has made it lawful to discriminate against people based on like essentially a fundamental characteristic of their being. Not essential, right? Like no one's born homeless in the same way that I, for example, was born with you know, a biological aversion to direct sunlight. But you know, it's
What?
it's pretty damn up there. Homelessness, you know, not exactly like a hat you can take on and or put on and take off.
Then you let Palestine get. Did he? I think Bernie was pretty pro-Palestine throughout his. He even voted against that bill for aid for Ukraine because it included Israel-Palestine, which is why I was so annoyed that those two things were paired together in the bill, because that caused Bernie Sanders to vote against it. Really slow. Damn.
Anyway, you know, Hitlerite behavior, the idea of like, oh, we've returned to the local government the power to deal with the homelessness issue. They're going to put them into camps.
The homeless question. He's generally been pro-Palestine throughout his career, yeah.
That's what they want. Donald Trump has talked about that, by the way, putting like the homeless into camps, like having was it him or DeSantis? This is not an uncommon idea. Like round up the undesirables, put them into camps. I don't know what it is with that idea. You know, you see it crop up from time to time. It never works out. But that's what we're talking about here, basically. The idea of like ousting, like I live in Seattle, the idea of excising the homelessness or the homeless.
He was very quiet, maybe because he was hoping he could influence Biden. Maybe it can be like a complicated thing. Everything's not working well today for me.
Population from the city. I mean, you're essentially just. I mean, it's like leave them to forage for berries in the wild.
What?
I mean, he's
Okay, I don't know what's happening today. I don't know what's happening today.
Yeah, like round up the undesirables, put them into camps. I don't know what it is with that
Then we
idea.
have to edit this out or something, or an editor. If I have one, we'll edit this out. Have an army of editors.
You know, you see it crop up from time to time. It never works out. But that's what we're talking about here, basically. The idea of like ousting, like I live in Seattle, the idea of excising the homelessness or the homeless population from the city. I mean, you're essentially just, I mean, it's like leave them to forage for berries in the wild until they get eaten by a bear or.
True. In fact, don't let them to scavenge for berries in the woods because it's like illegal to just be in the woods. So no. Actually,
You put them in a camp.
I was in a car accident in the year 2000. When I tried to go back to work, I couldn't manage the job, so I lost it. Essentially, I had no income. I lost my apartment that I was living in. I lived in the shelters that were available, and I was lucky enough to get into one of the transitional centers. Back then,
Trans centers. Okay, I'll stop.
you know,
It's not Pride Month anymore.
homelessness wasn't, it was big, but it's not as prevalent as it is now. Now there are way too many people on the streets.
Right.
I'd like to add that existing in a homeless shelter is harder work than any 9 to 5, like by far. You know, you want to talk meritocracy, who's putting the real work in, okay? You know, at least after your shift, you have a bed that's yours to sleep in under a roof that's
Also,
yours,
there
or at least one
are-
that you rent.
Oh my god, I wanted to pause. There are sort of shelters which do not allow you to be in it during the day. They sort of chase people out during the day and only allow the only allow during the night to go to the shelter.
So, if like humane convictions aren't going to do it for some folks, I just want to say this, okay? We're feeding into a cycle that is completely unworkable and irrational. The decision to criminalize homelessness is like wrong and stupid universally. You know, like it doesn't suit anyone. Nobody benefits from this. You know, there's a reason why America has such a terrible homelessness problem. It's a consequence of choices that we've made, policy decisions that we've made, because we don't want to give the homeless anything. Time and time again, we have studies come out that show that yes, if you just give a lump sum payment to poor or homeless people, they will get jobs, they will get housing. They're not all like desperate wastes of people who are like stalling out the clock till they die. You know, a lot of these people just want a chance. It's the
There's some here that only open up when it's very cold out. Right. So there are many limitations when it comes to those shelters, what they sort of allow, disallow. That's like a whole thing. You know?
the same with drug addicts. It's the same with people with mental health deficiencies. Now, I'm not one of those namby-pamby liberals who believes that every single homeless person would spring back up off their feet and immediately get a job and work super duper well if they were given the chance to. There are people who, let's say, need a little bit more help. But the consequences of the policies that we're wrecking right now are disastrous on an, like, again, we're not even talking humanitarian here, economic level. Do you have any idea how much it costs to throw a homeless person in prison just for being homeless? I mean, seriously, like, you can check the numbers on this. It costs far, far, far less to, like, build and sustain and pay for halfway housing. You know, you might think that throwing...
Yeah, but the prisons are a business in the U.S. as far as I'm concerned. There are quotas to fill. There's a whole thing, you know?
Bring a homeless person into a hole in the ground. I mean, the way American prisons are, basically. You might think...
Are they really that? Are the American prisons really that bad?
That's like, oh, well, how expensive could that be? Then you factor in, like, the court system, the bureaucracy, the prison guards, the fact that, like, prisons, if they're not privately owned, which is incredibly expensive for itself because the state pays per bed
There are prisons in the U.S. that are not privately owned?
filled, you have contractors who are giving them, like, maggot-infested bread, probably costs like $8 a roll to the local state. You know, it's insanely expensive to arrest them. Nobody benefits from this. It is literally cheaper to just give them, like, halfway housing, temporary housing that they can use as, like, a baseline residence. We know for a fact that housing first homelessness initiatives work the best. It's not like a crazy lefty talking point. It's literally tried and true science. I mean, you might as well be arguing against the spin of the electron here. I mean, we're arguing against, like, the light being split into distinct colors.
Our prison are already very overcrowded. Oh. Well, I think, if memory serves, U.S. has the biggest inmate amount per capita in the world or something. There's a lot of prisons in the South that don't have AC. Yeah.
From a prism, it's a law basically. But no, people want to see the homeless suffer, because if the homeless people aren't suffering, that means they're not getting what they deserve.
Oh
I mean,
my
what
God.
system
Oh gosh, what a world.
are we putting in place here? You know, life circumstance. And by the way,
Let me see what what the thing that is inaccurate at the end is.
I don't give a shit if it was like a person got cancer all of a sudden, or a person was like a wasted drug addict. I don't care.
Most U.S. prisons are still public, I think, but with those prisons, there's often private companies that use prison labor, plus they provide a lot of jobs. Okay, I get it. And the only saving grace for myself is that I'll be living in Minnesota very soon. My country is an example. It's a complete mess and is getting more and more not good by the day. Well, things are certainly moving in a direction.
What circumstances led a person to be homeless. My argument isn't, oh, well, the homeless are filled with people who don't deserve that. My argument is the homeless don't deserve that. There's no like middle, there's no like, oh, well, some people deserve it, you know, essentially. I think the baseline human existence should be.
And a lot of companies like Walmart donate a lot of money to the police. So I guess kind of it's still like a business. Yes. From what you're describing, definitely.
One of at least moderate comfort, you know, what the state can provide. And the data indicates that that is literally less expensive. You are charging money. You are paying more in taxes to make homeless people suffer. Like, that's a bonus for you. You're paying out for that, you know? And it ruins our cities too. At every level, our
Horrible.
cities are being ruined because people don't want to address the homelessness crisis in a serious or sensible way. You know, we get our like
Faust should give us some ideas for solutions as a hero of the left alongside the other heroes of the left.
benches at bus stops and subway stations taken away because we're worried homeless people will sleep in them, or they have those awful like anti.
There's a lot of forced work for prisoners. I've seen prisoners in a line chained together cleaning up trash on the side of the road, and no way they were making minimum wage. I mean, weren't prisons basically this backdoor hack when it came to the abolishment of slavery? Isn't that a thing in the US that basically it says slavery is abolished unless you're arrested or something, you know? Isn't that a thing? If memory serves, was that not a thing?
Humane benching little like the things in the middle that keep you from laying down on them. You know, we don't have like proper shade or seating in a lot of public areas because, again, people are worried it's going to turn them into like a homelessness hotspot. People don't do stuff outside anymore. Downtown areas are wasting away. Why? It's not because we're not being hard enough on the homeless. They, trust me, their life is hard enough as it is. And again, I live in Seattle. There are plenty of
Yes.
homeless people here, and the police have, trust me, no trouble whatsoever giving the homeless people a hard time. Plenty of them get arrested, plenty of them get kicked away, but for what? Does it solve the problem? No, of course not. The problem is fundamental. It underlies basic socioeconomic principles, a liberal perspective on this. And by liberal, I mean economically liberal. Like, let's just look at the bottom line. Let's just look at the ledger. Makes it pretty goddamn clear that what we're looking for here is a systemic solution that costs less money,
Right. People of color get disproportionately arrested.
subjects homeless people to less harm, and changes the systems that are forcing people into homelessness to begin with. And there's a million places that you can go with that. You know, you can talk about employment law, you can talk about housing development, you can talk about a million different things. But you know, I don't know. I mean, I really do blame like a lot of people on this, but the cons especially, because the conservatives are usually the ones who are most open about just like literally.
Also the most weird, allowing you to use deadly force law on the books when it comes to conservatives.
Really hating the homeless. Like conservatives will just talk about them like they're dogs or animals or whatever, which for one, very Christ-like of you. That's very good. That's very good. And for two, it's not very return with a V to tradition, you know? The homeless didn't used to be thought of the way they are today. The funny thing is, like, and I've said this before, the modern day
Hello.
conservatism, like reactionary conservatism in the United States, is a stone throw away from like open neo-Nazi fascist rhetoric. And I don't think that's hyperbolic at all. Like, you can look at like any of the policies or practices put in there. You've got liberalism and then you've got fascism. There's not really like an interim ideology. People call it paternalistic conservatism sometimes, but what they really mean is authoritarianism. There aren't that many ideologies. The idea that there are is like a 4chan internet brain thing, 200 IQ bouncing up and down the political compass. Political compass test, by the way, also an internet thing, okay? You've got liberalism, socialism, and fascism. There are like outlying fringes, some people still claim to be monarchists, but they're not really. There aren't any monarchists these days. There are fascists, there are liberals, and there are socialists. That's the real game. And the way that the conservatives treat homeless people, fascism is a modernist ideology. It is fully a post-industrial revolution modernist ideology. It used to be that homeless people, depending on the society, the time and place, I mean, the treatment that they experienced varied massively. You had village idiots back in the medieval days who were treated halfway well because it was Christ-like to treat your neighbors well, much in the same way that the law of hospitality used to be very well and widely regarded, because in a world where you might have to travel 3 days on cart to like get between towns, it's actually really important that everyone be expected to like open their doors up to a weary traveler.
Lucy, I'm noticing that your volume is much quieter than Vosh's, and I don't quite catch much of what you say. Wait, really? Hold on. Is that true? Is that true? Hold on. Hello? Hello? Maybe I should bring it closer. Is that better? Is that better? Better? Hillary Clinton had toes. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the echo now. Femboyo, hello. Hillary Clinton had house slaves as the first lady of Arkansas. Hello, Femboyo. How did you find the stream? How do you like the stream? What other streamers do you watch? Is this your first time watching? I don't think I've seen your name before. Would you like to join the page? Those are the questions that I ask everybody, so don't be alarmed. It is just that I'm very, very enthusiastic about any and all new viewers. I'm an excitable person, and I'm feeling very, very excited right now. You guess that sounds better, so it doesn't sound better at all. Hold on. You guess? Does it sound better, or do you guess it sounds better? Because if you just guess it sounds better, then what it sounds to me is that it doesn't sound better at all. Arkansas, yes. Also, please consider helping me out on the fundraiser for the equipment to stream out of Ukraine, Because it works now. When Demon Mama shouted me out, it didn't work because the fundraiser company / page decided for some godforsaken reason to turn off all the payment options on the English language page. And then I called them, and then they said, I don't know, what are we supposed to do? And then a few minutes later, they called me back and said, oh yeah, we fixed it. And I was like, okay. Thanks. Oh, thank you. So that's basically my short story of how the fundraiser stopped working, and then I called them, and now it started working again. And now you can do the fundraiser and help me get a laptop, battery, and a camera, so that I can do the interviews with more than just a phone. 15 people's watching. Excellent. Hello.
And if you didn't follow that rule, that, they said God would punish you for it. I think personally they would just, give you really mean.
This testosterone blocker.
looks at the marketplace. If you were known for not following that rule, in some cases they'd get you in trouble. Your ass would get your hand chopped off. The treatment of homeless people is
Wait, your ass would get your hand chopped off? How does that work? Okay, I must have misheard that. He could not have said your ass will get your hand chopped off.
they'd get you in trouble. Your ass would get your hand chopped off.
Oh, your ass will get your hand. Okay, that is there's a very particular way to phrase it, but let's just go with it. Your own ass will.
The treatment of homeless people is a very modern phenomena. The idea that like we live in the a modern day rat race where everyone is like rushing ahead constantly and trying to you have to maintain like a certain level of economic output, and if you can't do that,
True.
you fall behind, and if you
If you're not, then you're barely human. If human at all.
fall behind, you deserve
And I'm not even joking.
misery, poverty, squalor, and death. And that's just like, I don't know, man. That's not very trad. Like, I feel like a lot of fascists in particular sneer at that rat race as a kind of, well, depending on how far right they are, they say it's like kind of a, let's say, Semitic value, depending on how open they want to be with the Hitlerites.
Consider a laptop a hot swappable battery. I will consider it if you consider allowing me to have any choice of any laptop at all. Since right now, the fundraiser is at 320 zlotys out of 12,500. Nah, homeless people got hunted down all through history.
Stuff, or they'll argue that it's like liberal shit, which I mean it kind of is. The idea that like every person's value is derivative entirely
It's not such a new development, it feels. Maybe I should look into it, the history of the homeless.
from their their economic output. They'll argue for stuff like the family, the nation, the race. But then how do they treat homeless people? Pretty bad, right? It's weird. It's kind of ideologically inconsistent. You would think that there would be
I don't even know if it's necessarily ideologically inconsistent. I think it's actually, ironically enough, pretty ideologically consistent because they argue for the nation. But remember, an idea of a nation is fundamentally, inherently exclusionary. All right? The idea, if you have a nation, then of course you have at least two categories in that. You have those who belong in the nations, who are part of the nation, and you have those who are not part of the nation. And to remain that consistency, since the homeless are undeserving, since the homeless are not good enough, which tracks in the US, by the way, because in the US, I'm not sure, like the homeless are sort of treated as almost as a category outside of being part of the nation. You know? Do you have a consistent stream schedule so I can keep shilling for you in Discords? I do. I stream basically from Monday to Friday, and I sometimes also do weekends. So basically, you could say that my schedule is like DBZ, sort of, in a way. Yeah, why not? I feel like Vosh hasn't. Vosh is like, okay, if you're a good person, you should care about homelessness. Okay, even if you're a capitalist, you should care. Actually, even if you're a fascist, you should care. True, you should care. I try to care. I do try to care. I do my best. Today you started like 5 p.m. Eastern? Yes, I started later because I've not been feeling super well. So I took a nap. Usually I start at about 10 p.m. Polish time, which is... I'm gonna calculate it to EST. One moment. Where's the time body thing? There's usually the time A bit better, yes, thank you. Warsaw to... So... Okay, I'll just calculate it on my fingers, the best method. 10... 9... Let me calculate on my fingers. Yes, you're correct. 4 plus 6 is 10. Yes, that's right. 4 p.m. Yes. That's right. I didn't even have to use my fingers for that. That 10 minus 6 is indeed a 4. Amazing. Yes. That's right. We're on EDT, not EST right now. Oh, well, you know. Eastern... Whatever. Eastern time. 6 hours difference, okay? 10 minus 6 is 4. Damn. EDT, EST, whatever. It's Eastern. It's Eastern time. It's all the same to me. It's all the same to me. Okay? And Ukraine is one hour ahead still from me. Alright? Alright. Whew. And yet nobody has donated to the fundraiser.
Kind of like a communal brotherhood. But no, the far right sort of like obsession with weeding out degeneracy gets in the way of their own value. All of a sudden it becomes clear they're not actually in it for family, kin, brotherhood, nation, whatever else. In reality, they're just as sneeringly contemptuous.
They are for the nation. It's just that not everybody deserves to be part of the nation. It's like it's been a thing since the creation of the nation state, that there have been people that have been just excluded from the category of nation. You know? In this sense, it's pretty consistent, actually. It's been consistent since the very beginning of the concept, which is I'm not such a huge fan, fundamentally, of nation states as a concept and nationalism, you know? But that's okay. I'm just a super leftist, whatever thing. Thingamajig.
Towards the poor as any liberal. They just have an added level of like imposed moral condemnation on top of it. It's not just the meritocracy thing. Now it's also the degeneracy thing. And I guess what I'm getting at here is that I hate America. I hate the Supreme Court. I hate homelessness as a crisis, you know, and this is such a solvable problem. Like, we literally have a uniquely bad problem with homelessness here, and it costs us more money than it would to fix it. And we choose to spend that money to make people suffer because we think that in a morally just society, they should be suffering because they failed. I don't know. It's not good, folks. It's not good. I don't know how much in practice the Supreme
Therefore, the nation, as far as concerns abusing citizens for the purpose of collecting power and money.
Court decision is going to change things, because the homeless have been hounded by the police as a, you know, on the grounds of them being homeless for a long time. It's not new. Just realized that I had my alerts volume on this whole time. I hope during the recording no audio came through. I guess it'd be kind of funny if someone did like an offline donation and the TTS popped it up and that just played over while I was talking.
Ha! We've just learned Vosh gets no offline donations. Loser. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was an awful, awful joke. That was in very bad taste. Wouldn't it be funny if I got super much donations offline? Well, you're getting none.
And if that happened, I wouldn't know. I guess you'll find out. All right. Good luck out there.
All right. Here we go. I guess. And now we're doing another reaction in a row. A debate. A reaction to a debate. Are you excited? Are you excited for today's programming, for today's thing, for today's, like, I don't know, scheduled I've been linked a thing, and I've been asked to look at it, so we're going to be looking at it, even though I'm not sure what I'm looking at. But I'm sure I will learn. Whatever I'm looking at, I am sure I will learn what I'm looking at. I think it involves plagiarism. I think it involves a person called Westside Tyler. I think Westside Tyler is a friend of President Sundays or something. They cooperate. 10.4 thousand subscribers. Oh wow. That is more subscribers than I've got. That is more subscribers than I've got. This person's a bigger creator than me. This person's bigger than me. Tell me how rich you are. What a question. This is already, the comments are telling me this is going to be something else. The problem is that Aiden thinks of himself as a documentarian, but he's clearly not. The idea that his plagiarism is undermined, this is too much for him to handle. I'm not sure who Aiden is. Like Aiden's number. Okay, let's just watch. I have no clue about any of this. The People Tyler debates have almost 500,000 subs. Oh wow. Alright, well I don't have almost 500,000 subs. I have 1.32 thousand subs. I have a very moderate amount of subs. In fact, if we look at my sub number, not this. If we look at my, yeah, 1.32. What do you know? All right. Let's watch. I have no idea who the people involved are, but that is the best way to watch things if you don't know anything about anything and you're just lost like a child in the mist. What you lack in quantity, you make up for in quality. That's true. That's true, Red Rose. Welcome to this stream. Are you back from the hospital, or are you still in the hospital? No, you said you'd tune in when you're back. Is your grandfather with you? Back at home? Debate. Just brought him back. He's going to go to bed. Okay, that is nice. I will also go to bed after this stream. So that is a thing that we have all in common. We all go to bed at some point. Provided we have a bed. If we don't have a bed, we go somewhere else. Which is ironic because he wouldn't have been so tired had he not kept me up all morning. At least he's willing to stay in one place voluntarily. True. I watched it some time ago when Tyler covered it originally. We found our new James Somerton. I did not watch any. I don't watch videos that YouTube panders to everybody. I'm a high class, picky, choosy, whatever, blah, you know? And this is why I have the high ground over things. I've got the high ground.
There we go.
hold on. Why is the thing even show? The thing's showing. Which one's the Tyler person? What
Why
are
is
they
this supposed to
doing?
be such low quality?
What are they doing? Skipping for a minute setup. Where's website Tyler?
Probably that one, right?
Yep. Based on the sound bars, they can hear us beautifully.
Is this website Tyler? Are they debating him? What's happening? I'm already confused. And I'm already, I don't know. Is the small one in the corner? Here. But there's nothing here. There's just an empty room. So I'm confused. You have confused me with this video. You have made this whole stream very confused. Tyler is the one on the right, yeah. Yes? Oh, this is Tyler. What is this? Empty room.
Ladies and gentlemen of the
Are
live.
they gonna debate
welcome
now?
To this.
There is the right tattoo guys who is debating since he caught them on plagiarism. So it's a 2v1.
Pre-Weird Bible discussion. Weird Bible goes live at 7, so this is going to be one little blitz for us of podcast.
All right, so did a plagiarism. They did a stealing of things. And now, I don't know, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a blood sport. It's going to be a blood sport. And since we're talking about blood sports, since we're talking about bloody sports, please consider joining the page. Either joining the page, which is lucyhazet.org/live, through which you can donate to help me get equipment through which I could stream in Ukraine, or alternatively, you can go to the fundraiser that I've started and that is working right now. The fundraiser is working right now, which means that you can go there and, you know, because it has stopped working for a bit and now it's working again. Oh joy. All right, let's go. Let's start. Let's get into it, especially since there are like 18 people here. Oh my gosh, I'm breaking records.
Today. But yeah, we so you know, I think it was last week, right? Last week? Earlier this week?
Earlier
this week, I saw a mention in the notifications of our channel that said that somebody had made a video that was titled something along the lines of "The Lore Lodge Killdozer video is really bad." Typically, I don't go looking for channel hate, but in this case, we were mentioned, so it popped up in my notifications, and we went and we watched it. You know, Tyler here was gracious enough to agree to pop on and talk to us about what his criticisms are and where they.
True, it's gonna roast you till you're well done. Oh no, the Vosh roast is over. Now we're, I don't know. Now we're roasting someone else. Hello. Twitch TV Repzer. Twitch TV Repetzer. I think you're new here, Twitch TV Repzer. Have I seen you here before? Hello, Lisa. Hello. Twitch TV, how are you new here? How are you enjoying the stream? How did you find the stream? What other streamers do you watch? Do not be alarmed by the questioning, because I'm questioning everybody like this. Always. Non-stop. Without rest. Without, I don't know. Without anything. Without mercy. I mercilessly question everybody like this. Because I'm merciless. I will change the name, don't bother. Oh, okay, thank you. But still, answer my questions and consider joining the page, or maybe taking part in the fundraiser. I questioned everybody. I questioned you as well. Like the stream, that's right. All right, let's watch. Let us watch because we've dilly-dallied enough. But hey, that makes the content transformative, doesn't it? Like a transformer. Like a transformer.
Came from, and I'd like to know, why us specifically is also probably my big question. But yeah, so he was gracious enough to come on and have a discussion about it. And so hopefully, we can come to some kind of understanding and middle ground and agreement here.
Sure. I don't know. Am I supposed to respond? Are you guys? I'm letting you finish out your intro.
If you want to introduce yourself, yeah.
How live are you guys? Okay, what's up? My name's Tyler Bell. I'm the host, writer, creator, of long-running horror and dark fiction. Oh shit! I just did my fucking actual live stream intro. That's streamer brain is fucking real.
You're fine, dude.
Yeah, my name's Tyler Bell. I'm a lefty-ish streamer until I run into lefties, and then I'm a fucking conservative. It doesn't really matter.
I feel that way with
like a chameleon. Chameleon. We've learned a new word, chameleon.
conservatism.
Yeah, my biggest things, I talk about arts, culture, and politics. Live stream Monday through Thursday, 1 to 5 p.m. Come check me out.
All right.
Pretty new.
Wow.
I haven't been doing this for a year yet.
You'll get there. It's
Stealing Tyler's content because we have no shame. True. What's going on? I just got back from eating. We're watching a debate of West Side Tyler against some people. I have no clue who they are, what they represent in life. But you know what? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out right now. I'm learning about things with you. I'm learning about all of that together with you. So that's fine.
a pain in the ass, but it gets there.
Yeah, right.
We celebrated 3 years this month, and it's been a hell of a struggle getting through all of it. So, did I not plug this in? I didn't. Well, Tyler, I mean, just to kind of kick things off here, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I mean, it's so from what I understood, the problem that you seem to have with our video on Killdozer was more in regards to what you perceive to be copyright violations and plagiarism rather than the actual arguments we made. That's what I came to
I'm
understand.
sorry, what?
Seem to have with our.
I mean, again.
Just to kind of kick things off here, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I mean,
I want to put words in your mouth.
It's so from what I understood, the problem that you seem to have with our video on Killdozer was more in regards to
you're thieves. That's the only problem. Apart from that, there's no problem. If you only were in some thieves, you will do. Okay, I calm down now. Now I calm down. What is happening?
What you perceive to be copyright violations and plagiarism rather than the actual arguments we made. That's what I came to understood.
Yeah. I think you plagiarized. From what I read through, and I went through it again today. I did the first 11 minutes. You guys pretty inarguably plagiarized that chunk. A lot, by most standards of places where I've worked. I used to be a journalist for a while. Obviously, I went to college as well.
Oh, wow.
To end up getting that job. So I got a pretty fair amount of expertise with First Amendment law, copyright, plagiarism, ethics codes, journalistic codes of conduct, that whole kit and caboodle. So, yeah, you guys made a lot of fairly significant errors. I think of the 11 minutes I saw at the beginning, almost the entirety of it is pulled pretty much from the Tread documentary, I think. And then you didn't seem to cite out from there very much in a way that's actually anyone could follow back to what you're citing to double check to see if it's there or not. So that would be my
no crediting. That is not good. That is not good. Not crediting the original. Okay.
Major contention.
Could I?
And I've got time codes too, so if I can go through.
So if you could specifically tell me what it is that I said that you're claiming was plagiarized.
It's me being energetic. Streamers should be energetic. That is what I need for success. I need to be energetic, and I need to say things that are clippable or something. I don't know. In other words, I have to say everything that comes into my mind. I have to let my filter go, and I have to just whatever comes into my brain. I have to verbalize it. That is plan for tonight. Lucy, Killdozer research stream when? Tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. When I get a laptop. When I get a laptop for streaming of the other side of the border. Which will happen if you help me. Alright? Okay. Alright. Okay. What about the Coco? Hello, Cool K. You still haven't answered my questions about how did you find this stream? How do you like this stream? What other streamers do you watch? What do you think are the pluses and minuses of this stream? And would you not consider joining the page? Etc. Many questions, but it's okay. I question everybody like this, so you don't have to worry. I'm not singling you out. I'm singling everybody out all the time, every day.
Okay. Well, here's a really fucking easy one to go straight to the 11 because it's almost shot for shot.
I am cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. There you go. That's the answer.
And I can share these YouTube codes, but at 11 minutes and 13 seconds, Matt Reed, pictures stolen from Tread. So you guys did do a copy. It seems almost every single one of the headshots you used, or a vast majority of them, particularly for the interviews with the information you guys can only get from Tread. You just took screenshots of those individuals that they interviewed in that movie and then used them as
props,
headshots in your own documentary. So that's there. But let's see. The quote is also stolen from Tread. He would take stock steel and bend it to every...
I saw the link in Sunday Discord. I haven't seen much yet, but you seem nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I've won another viewer. That would be so lovely if it turned out that I've won a regular viewer for this little stream.
Every machine. Tread, and this is at 11 minutes and 13 seconds. In Tread, at 6 minutes and 38 seconds, you have actually that same go through. So you actually read off exactly what the interview...
what is being said, that they're thieves. Dirty, bad thieves. Stealing things.
These are saying, and it's actually so shot for shot that you included the space before and after they switch from one interviewer or interviewee to another. So it actually goes from the quote to the quote. So if you play those videos next to each other, you can actually hear ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da, and then you paraphrasing what they're saying. You wrote it at least like that. But also,
this is Sunday's #1 orbiter. That's right. That's why the books. It's not for me to read them. It's for me to copy the aesthetic. Obviously, it's for me to, I don't know, monkey the aesthetic. Obviously.
So you don't say that specifically you got that information from Tread, which is a lack of citation. That enough as a single instance would be enough to, in some cases, get you expelled from most colleges.
But there's more. You're just gonna get expelled by the college. The college is gonna sue you next.
For being not above board and for plagiarism. It's raw plagiarism, unfortunately.
So I would contend then that this might be a difference between journalistic writing and historical writing. My background is in history. I'm a historian. I use historicist methodology. And I typically, when I'm writing essays, I use Chicago.
Oh my God. I've heard about this. Is that really what's going to happen now? This person is going to be like, I'm a historian and historians don't really bother with citations. Is that gonna be... oh no, don't do that. Oh no. Ay. That is such a very strange argument. Oof. Sunday fans trying to have a book collection behind them in every picture and video of them. Challenge impossible.
Style citations. So what I would say to you is this: is the way I did everything here is perfectly in line with historical methodology and historical writing.
Is it? Oh, we historians don't bother with due diligence. We just wing it, I guess. I don't know. We just make this stuff along as we go. As all historians do, as we all know. We just steal stuff. You know? Damn.
Now,
okay, what is that? What is that? And what is
what I say?
What is the what is historical
Club member?
What is that, and who cares that it exists? So what is that?
Historical community.
Which one? The entire one, Earth-wide?
Historicism is basically the oldest methodology within history, and it's the most consistently used.
So we're talking like
So it's like just stealing stuff without citation? That's just... What? Historicism? Oh wow, we're learning. I didn't expect this to be like an education stream necessarily.
Herodotus, like I heard it in a dream from a guy.
I'm talking about the German and English historians and the American historians of the 1800s when the field of history was.
We're going back to the 1800s now to excuse plagiarism. Oh no! If we're going to have to go to the 1800s, then we're in trouble. We're not doing great. Malarkey.
Pioneered into an actual academic field rather than a hobby for the rich.
Okay, so like what you're using citations from back in the day?
No,
what school would
Thursday Club member Matt Reed? People would bring their rigs to him, and Heemeyer would quote take stock steel and bend it custom to every machine. Now, throughout the video, I do in fact, it's not necessarily in the first couple of minutes, but I do repeatedly reference the fact that we had used the documentary Tread as a source, and that many things in this came from Tread, and I say, as said in Tread.
Okay.
And as this person said in Tread, and as
so you we can hop into that right now. I think I counted maybe 2 times that you did that in the first 11 or so minutes. It might be 3 if I missed one.
It's a total of 15 throughout the entire video.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about the entire video. I don't need to go that far to the part where you're breaking basically every code of ethics that exists for everyone.
Oh snap! You're breaking every single code. Oh no! Oh snap! Oof. Things are not going well for... Oof. Okay. Wow. Well, let's see.
Except for your made up, personal, whatever your historicity.
Made up or personal. This is right now.
Well, who okay, if it's made up and personal, who of valuable academic note uses your methodology at all? You should have that should be off the top of your head, because when I say my type of citations, I can say literally every journalist.
Also, you don't line that I'm plagiarizing. Should have thought of that before you expanded NATO. True.
Journalist in America that uses the AP style guide can use that.
Meineke, Eggers, Giambattista.
Can't believe Siler got paid $17 by them for this. Oh, wait, they paid him for this? They paid him for this? Really? You should pay me. You should pay me to get my equipment thing.
Vico, Leopold von Ranke, Ernst Trilch, Mark Bevier, J.G.A. Pocock, Benedetto Croce, Quentin Skinner, Wilhelm Ditthe, R.G.
Tarantino.
Collinwood. Would you prefer that I continue going on?
No.
Yes, I would like you to continue going on. Exhaust the entire list. Don't be a coward.
Because none of those names mean anything to me or anyone else. So that's just completely fucking useless.
Tyler,
oh no.
You're a journalist. The name Julian Assange doesn't mean anything to historians.
Well, when you're doing
what? I have to. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What did I just hear?
a fucking
because you're a journalist. The name Julian Assange doesn't mean anything to historians.
Well, when you're doing a fucking documentary, maybe you should try to stick with the journalistic methodology of the people whose material you're literally ripping off to create what you wanted to rip off or create.
Okay,
So what part of historicity and
Historiosity. It's like curiosity, but with history. Historiosity.
Historical tradition.
Tyler, I'm trying to explain to you that the way I wrote this was not in line with journalistic standards. I wrote this.
Wait, it's not in line with any academic standards of any reputable academics I know on Earth. It's just that. It's just theft. It is just theft.
Grand Theft Auto.
The video on 15 occasions.
Which, by the way, it's an hour and 15 minutes long.
Yes, that means essentially more than once every 10 minutes.
More than once every 10. You have to cite every fact, Aiden. You have to tell people where you got shit so they can look it up for themselves, you goof.
I in fact did, and I gave the exact articles I got things from.
Where? Oh, I love this one. I looked this up. You put it behind a $1 paywall.
Nope. Tyler, I said, according to a June 10th, 2004 article by Tanya Bina at Scott.
Oh, no. Oh, what's happening? Oh, no. This is getting... And I don't even know any of these people. I'm already like, This is... They're getting grilled. They're getting grilled. Grilled. Oh, well. Let's continue.
High News.
When in the documentary? Give me a time code.
I don't have a time code. I'm reading you directly from the script.
Okay, I don't care about the script. I didn't read the script. I watched the video.
Yeah,
give me a time code in the video.
Clear that you didn't do anything, Tyler.
No, it's very clear I did because I could start reading you the time codes of the individual facts you needed to have cited bit for bit, and you did not because you stole information from a documentary. You stole it. You
didn't, Tyler.
Stole it. Did you do the groundwork to interview the people? Did you go to their houses? Did you sit down and videotape them? You did not, and you know you're wrong. By the way, to quote someone real quick, can I just bring this down? Proverbs 28:1: The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are as bold as a lion.
I have no idea what's happening here, but I didn't know dudes named Aiden are the worst. So,
you are hearing me roar into your fucking ears right now. You are the one who placed your fleeing, your cowardice at the beginning because you knew you did wrong, and so you tried to excuse yourself right off the bat. Answer to that.
There's nothing to answer to, Tyler, because
there is tons to answer to. You did not do the work. Another man did, and then you snatched from him the fruits of his labors.
Real quick. Tyler,
very capitalist.
Quick question.
Yeah.
If you're critiquing something, considering the majority of the video that we created was critiquing the documentary, how are you supposed to do that other than cite the documentary?
You use it referentially during it. This is all established in the four clarifications, the four things that you need for fair use, which you guys did not necessarily do. The effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work is one of the most important of the four. You guys restated the entirety of the documentary that somebody else did.
Well,
Tyler,
when you say
quoting the Bible is cringe.
Possibly, Tyler, be quiet for 3 seconds. How would you?
Let me finish. Let him finish. I'll mute you, Tyler. In the past, I will mute the past, Tyler.
Possibly know that if you didn't watch the entire video.
I don't need to watch the entire video.
Yes,
I need to watch where you fucking plagiarized.
Tyler,
once you've plagiarized, why would I entertain the entirety of the rest of the trash that you made out?
Because Tyler,
the trash.
First, the intro section of the video is a summary section. Okay? We included things in the following section, the history of Marvin Heemeyer, that are not present in the documentary, and we contradicted the documentary on multiple points.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? You stole at the beginning. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You stole.
How are you going to sit here and tell me that I basically plagiarized the documentary?
Because I am like Proverbs the lion. I am emboldened by the fact that I am right.
You sound like you're a cult leader. You sound like David Koresh.
Cult leader? Oh my gosh. What is the cult? Quoting the Bible is Giga Chat. I see we have I don't know, differing opinions on the matter. You have differing opinions. To some, quoting the Bible is cringe. To some, quoting the Bible is Giga Chad.
Calm down. All right. So
No,
tell
I
me
don't.
Specifically, I want you to tell me specifically what from the intro section, that first, let's say, 5 minutes of the video,
Okay.
what from that is plagiarism. Direct
Okay, let's see.
plagiarism.
How does he know what the concrete workers are feeling? 041. So at 0 minutes and 41 seconds, you say the feelings of concrete workers. You provide no citation, but you seem to know what they're saying. At 126, townsfolk feelings outside observer feelings. So that's information more than likely from some other source. You do not cite your sources.
One of my sources
141,
was
screenshot
You guys give cold vibes, not gonna lie.
of tread from the Gravitas documentaries. 216, is that Grand Lake? Who shot the footage? 240, first
do you
mention
wanna
of
take that
Patrick
one?
Brower.
Yeah,
After
So no giving of proper, credit.
a series of assertions.
Tyler, really quickly. So
I mean, yo, dude, yeah, you guys gotta cut me off. I got. That's
No,
the,
Tyler,
we're
you're
not to the
being
first
an
5
idiot,
minutes.
so let Aiden talk.
we're trying to
No.
address some of your points. We're trying to address some of your points. So
You
one
just
of-
keep spewing out words.
You
and not letting
said
us respond.
you asked for the information. The information is
and-
before
and
you.
we're responding to
And
it.
now we're trying to respond to the
I got it,
information.
I got it.
Okay.
So we're responding to it. So one of the things you bring up in the original video, also what you just brought up now, are elements of B-roll that we do use through story blocks through a paid subscription that we have.
Which means
Maybe Koresh was the religious leader at the standoff between the ATF and some cultist Christians. It's a long story, and all the members died, and well, damn.
every single person whose footage we have used has been paid for it through the license.
No, because
Yes.
you guys used B-roll. The welding footage is actually from Tread.
And
Where
we
you have the
cited
guy
it as
welding.
being from Tread when we said throughout the video.
No,
that
it's
we
you have
were
to cite it
discussing
when
the
it's
documentary
used
Tread.
because you are using B-roll
Okay,
as
you know what,
B-roll,
Tyler? I will give you that, Tyler.
and I win.
Oh,
I will give you that one bit, Tyler, that when we were using footage from the documentary Tread, we
I might have heard about it, yeah.
probably should have had a little disclaimer that says from the documentary Tread. It was our opinion that since we were repeatedly saying that we were discussing the movie Tread and saying things were from the movie Tread, that maybe we didn't need to put the exact citation there every single time we use
You
footage
do
from Tread.
because you would not have the information
Okay, but here's
without
the
them.
thing.
You didn't
No,
just
no, no,
take
no.
that.
You wouldn't have the
You took
pictures.
all of your information.
No,
all
I
of your
didn't.
information that's
I
in
tried to
Tread
tell
that you took from
Tyler,
them.
No, Tyler.
That's
not all of
theirs.
the information. As I just tried to tell you, if you let me speak, if you listen for a second, when I
Let me finish.
said, let's see, where is it? Looking for it in the notes. According to a June 10th, 2004 article by Tanya Bina at Sky
What
High News.
time code?
I don't need to give you a time code.
Yes,
It's
you
in the
do.
script.
Because I
don't
told you
know,
I don't give a
Tyler.
shit after the first 10 minutes. Because
That's
you
fine. That's your
plagiarized so
problem,
much
not
in that
mine.
first 10
Tyler,
minutes, there's no reason
that
to
is
look at
your
the rest.
problem, not mine.
No, it is your problem, and I'm going to make it your fucking problem because if this is a
Uh-oh.
habit of yours,
How about-
I am not going to let you get away with
Not a-
fucking
how do you have to have it?
plagiarism.
You haven't watched any of our content. You admitted that.
I watched
Listen,
10 minutes, and if
listen.
that much is plagiarized and you act like this,
So,
I know more
Tyler,
is. Is
Tyler,
this live? Are
Tyler,
your fucking
it's
listeners
Tyler putting
listening to me
forward-
talk to you
I-
like this?
They probably are, and they are probably rolling.
Oh no. Oh no. The problem is that the entire video would have from Thread and
Their eyes because you sound just like the flat earthers we talked to right
Oh, yeah, I sound like the flat earthers other than...
now.
I'm actually
You
citing my
actually do
sources.
sound like the flat earthers. This is the exact the exact style of argument used by Austin Whitsitt and Flatswood.
I mean that is basically you should cite your sources.
perspective.
What argument? Where I point out where you stole shit and then exactly
No,
where in the video they can look up where you stole shit and how you stole it and where you stole it from?
Where you scream and cry and whine like a little baby and then do not let anybody.
I'm not
respond.
screaming,
Oh my god, scream and whine and cry like a little baby.
cry and whine like a baby. I can hear you mauled. You're the one that was fucking freaking out in my comments and then thought
I
you were
wasn't freaking out
you
in your
thought you were
comments.
so fucking
Tyler.
gangster you could pay me to be here like you were gonna fuck me over. I am
Who said anything
fucking you
about
up right
paying you?
now.
He's considering the super chats I sent in to let him know that
Hey brother, I'm the producer and editor for the Lore Lodge. I just watched your video. Would be happy to chat about some of your gripes. $5. Our host Aiden Mattis is inviting you on to stream Thursday at 6 p.m. EST. And he'd prefer to talk with you rather than just give commentary to your video without you present. $10. Why don't I get monies for my equipment? You know? Like this. $15. Photographers will know for citations.
That we'd be interested in having him on us.
We
paying
couldn't
him.
find a good way to contact you, so we figured sending a $5 super chat was the best way to do it.
You guys send me like
Over your
fucking
ego.
$17 of fucking super chats. You pay me to be here, baby.
Tyler, we make tens of thousands of dollars.
Tell me how rich you are. Yes, that's all
That's
money
not me
you should have
telling you
spent.
how rich we are. That's me
you
saying
should
this
have
is a
spent
business.
that money
This is a
asking the
business
people
expense.
from Tread. You should have given some of that because almost every
Tyler,
fucking dime that you
Tyler,
got off that
have
they
you
earned.
Have you ever watched anyone else cover anything?
Yes. Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so why'd you pick us when the standard we have been going by is the way every video essay channel on YouTube does things?
Because I just started, like I said. You guys are the first. You're not the first. Actually,
here's what
Aston
I think.
McConnell. You didn't look up my shit. Yet again, no research from the fucking... No research from...
Uh-oh. Oh, no. What did you have to pick on us? Everybody does. That's such a weird standard. What did you have to pick on us when everybody does this bad thing?
Lodge. You haven't looked up my content. I fucking called other people.
Haven't really been paying too close attention, but just one debate skills. The guy on the right who is Bible quoting seems much more confident and charismatic. One of my comments didn't show up on screen. I'm not sure. Am I confident and charismatic on screen? Because if you say yes, then I will have to disappoint you by saying no, I'm not.
People out for this before. You
No,
just
I
happen
know
to
you
fucking
called other people
spurg
out.
out and come into my fucking comment
Spurg
section,
out.
losing your
Tyler,
mind, and
Tyler,
paid me to be here to
Tyler,
argue with you.
You mentioned us in the description.
I at everybody so they know I'm talking about them.
Okay,
Everybody.
cool.
I at Vosh every like 3
So-
times a week.
Yes, because you're a little attention whore. We get it. Now,
I'm attention whore.
Wait, you add Vosh? How many? Okay, now I have to see. Website Tyler. How many things are, I don't know, dedicated to Vosh on this channel?
Last couple years, there's a lot of
Like, how many things are dedicated to Vosh if it's like free Vosh ads per week? Hold on. Twitter, lefties, the Doctor Disrespect situation, massive YouTuber molding, these games dominated my life, remapping President Sunday's brain with ape war conversation, Paul Zigo challenges Vosh for the title of the left's worst advocate. What? What happened here? I don't see that many Vosh videos for someone that adds Vosh 3 times per week. Here's Vosh. Vosh completely unethical. Stamps and huge stakes. There's not that much Vosh. Are your favorite lefties' bad takes alienating everybody? That's Vosh. All this could have been avoided if the video was framed as a review criticism of a thread instead of being a unique piece. That's true. If you're creating a unique piece, then you better credit everything that moves. Okay? You better credit everything that moves if you're gonna do that, okay? Or else you're gonna look silly.
We're on YouTube, dipshit.
Tyler,
We're both
Tyler,
got cameras facing us. We're talking into microphones. You have
Yes,
a guy that you've paid to run a soundboard. You're an attention whore too, you fucking moron.
Channel partner.
Oh damn, that's so. You're not gonna hear me talk like this to people. That's not my style.
This is my best friend of 10 years who's
Yeah, who you set up.
This is my best friend. I'm not sure where this came from and why, but hello, best friend. Hello.
Fucking cameras and shit with to get attention, dipshit. We're all fucking cloud whores.
Because I made
Dipshit.
You're not better than anybody. As a matter of fact, you're considerably worse because you're a fucking content mill channel.
So,
We're not a content mill.
You are absolutely a fucking plagiarizing content mill.
Okay, am I plagiarizing my missing 411 cases from David Politis?
When I look into them, I'm going to find out.
Oh, you sure will. Bud.
I will, and I'll at you in it.
You will. You will, and you're going to have egg all over your smarmy little face.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will.
No, I won't.
Again,
look at this. Look at this. We're like little 3-year-olds.
No, you certainly
are fucking.
bud.
You are pissed, bro. I fucking got you bad.
We're gonna take a break from
Damn.
that so that way.
I got you, Bat. You're laughing. Do you have an IQ over 60?
Oh my god, yeah. I'm on my.
Now it's getting to it. Jesus.
He's smart enough to see you plagiarizing.
But you didn't, because again, as I've said 4 times, according to a June 10th, 2004 article by Tanya.
What's the time code?
News, I don't know, Tyler.
Because of course you didn't even research your own content.
Probably about 12. I don't need to research my own content because I have the notes.
Yeah, because someone else.
Oh no. Why would you say that ever? Why would you ever say I don't have to research my own content? Why would you have why would you say that? Ay. That's not good. That is not good. Things are not good. That is not good.
Does it first and then you steal it.
No, Tyler, because I do. This article was not in Tread. This article was not in the documentary Tread. This article was not mentioned in any other video.
Is that why it's notable? Because it's the one thing that wasn't in Tread?
No, because, Tyler, if you'd watched past the first 11 minutes of a video that's over an hour long, you'd have seen that the part you
got some original footage. I wonder how much is the original footage of the whole thing. I'm beginning to wonder very much.
Watched is really just the intro summary section, and
which was lifted almost entirely from Tread.
It wasn't lifted, Tyler. Everything that I said in there was based on my own research.
By watching the movie Tread. And then at sometimes literally repeating verbatim the quotes that you couldn't get because another person got interviewed.
Quote, you repeat it verbatim, you dumb piece of shit. Holy fuck!
Oh, but you don't cite them. You don't cite it. You know this off the top of your head.
You're doing
I know I'm doing what he wants. I'm doing what he wants. So you know what? You take it from here. I'm gonna read up for the Bible show later because I need something to clear my mind.
Yep.
Bible show? What? The Bible show?
My God.
Tyler, just stop.
Hold on. I got you.
I tried to treat.
I got you. Hold on. Let me. If you're gonna be reading the Bible, hold on.
You need to wait with Discord. You need your Discord.
If you're reading the Bible, hop over to James 2:10. For whosoever shall keep the whole law and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all. For your video.
Tyler, are you a Christian or a Jew?
I'm a fucking Catholic. How dare you?
Okay, you're pretty bad at it.
Why? Because I just quoted the fucking... Oh, is it because I quoted King James and not the NSV?
No, it's because you're quoting scripture out of context to try and make a point about something that isn't even religious, you lying fuck.
Oh, no, I'm not. I got you bad.
No, you didn't, Tyler.
You better go to fucking church and tell them that you stole this weekend. You better do it.
At this
stole
point,
what? Again, stole what, Tyler? I've given you...
Stole another man's work.
How about this? I'm going to download this.
Romans 13:7. Render therefore to all their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Come on, give me the fucking which part of the Bible? Hold on, do we got to go to Leviticus, Genesis? Where in the Bible?
Yeah, here.
Where in the Bible is it? Oh, it's fucking cool to just rip shit off.
Type his email in. Tyler, I'm going to send you the notes so you can see them. How's that sound?
Well, if you would have just put them in the fucking episode description, you wouldn't even have to do that.
All right, so let me get this straight. I spend a whole bunch of money to create something. I create it. I then give it to you in audio form. And I'm expected then to also take something that I wouldn't usually share and share it for free simply because you want me to.
Yes, you got to share your work.
Tyler. Do you not have $1?
You got to share your work. You got to. What?
I
Dude,
did
okay,
share my
what-
work.
You
Tyler.
not
The
have
credits. The credits.
Oh my gosh, the Bad Bunny tree. Do you not have $1?
Credits at the. You know, a movie has credits at the end, right? You made a little movie,
Yes.
an hour and 15-minute movie, where you just put your patrons at the end.
It's the Bad Bunny treatment. Do you not have $1? Dollarino, dollar. Why?
Tread has the credits for all of the shit that you stole and the interviews and stuff that they did and all the work that was
Video
done.
essay on
They have
YouTube.
that at the end. You put your credits behind a paywall. Who does that?
Tyler, really quick.
I mean, they
do me a
do it,
favor,
apparently.
It's not credits. Again, it's a video.
Well, yeah,
essay.
you didn't
It's
credit
the notes
anybody,
that I
so
put
that is
a
true.
week into.
Real quick.
We
Tyler,
did credit people. You just didn't watch it, Tyler.
Hang on.
Why am I even entertaining this? You didn't watch past the first.
You asked me to be here. You paid me to come here and paddle you.
Nobody paid you to come here.
He
Tyler.
did. He did. I have.
This is entertainment, even though I have no clue who any of these people are.
The fucking receipts. I'm gonna spend that
you a
on a
super
fucking
chat?
Diet
You
Coke and a
super
nice
chat
little
because
Chipotle
it's
later.
impossible to reach out to you.
It's
You
not
don't have
impossible to
any
reach
form
out
of
to me.
Contact list.
I have a Discord. I start off every episode, literally every episode, with fucking where you can find me. I have a talk
Where
to
I can
Tyler
find
section
you
on my
is not where I
Discord.
can
You
contact
just don't know how to do research. You
Oh
literally.
my god! Oh no! Oh no! That happened. It's so hard to reach you.
Don't know how to do. If somebody would have
Tyler,
made a video
Tyler,
on how
you
to
didn't
talk to
watch
me, you
more
could
than
have
10
stole
minutes
from
of the
that.
video. Tyler, you did not watch more than 10 minutes of the video.
I said that again and again and again because that 10 minutes is so
because it's
full of
relevant.
plagiarism. I don't need to watch
It's not.
anymore.
You couldn't even point out something that was plagiarism. All you could do is say,
I did. I pointed out the plagiarized part where you fucking
No,
literally
no,
stole from
Tyler,
someone and didn't
Tyler.
cite, and then you made up some version of history
Tyler,
where you get to be
are you-
right.
Tyler, is this why you're single? Is because nobody can bear to stay around you?
Oh snap! Nobody can be. Okay.
Married bitch.
Oh, wow. She is a fucking poor woman. Jesus Christ.
No, look, you so
Anyway.
fucking baldy. Hold on. Let me see your hand.
This-
You married?
I'm not married. Aiden,
No, of course you're not, because the thing is, I am projecting.
I'm 10
You
years younger than
projected, you
Tyler.
unlovable fuck.
Oh no! That is so mean. That was so mean.
I'm 10 years younger than you.
I don't give a shit.
I know I got
You're too young. How?
It's-
Are you 26?
You have
Yeah, I'm 26, Tyler.
I'm just gonna hide my hide my hands. There's even a unique piece. Lodge claimed to be a historians with academic credibility. Because of that, they more than anyone should be better about citation. True. They say that historiacy doesn't require you to do anything like that, so it's fine. Historiacy says that you don't need to bother with nonsense like that.
And I'm far more successful than you.
Go get married. Oh, he's rich. Hey, everybody, he's rich and single. Watch out. Watch out, he's rich and single, ladies.
I'm not rich and I'm not single. You can't even get that right, can you? If you'd watch past the first 10 minutes of the video, as I've been trying to say,
If you'd watch past the first 10 minutes of the video, you'd know I'm not single. Why are you single?
for an hour now.
Is that where we find your dating history and that becomes relevant to this?
No,
or you
that's
just
where
want to try to fucking take another stab at my wife, you malding fuck?
That is, Tyler, that is where you find all of the listed citations.
See, I guess you come to my stream to watch me watch people that speak like I will probably never speak to people. You probably will never hear me address anybody like this ever.
Even people in your own comment section were calling you out for lying about this.
No one was calling me out in my comment section at all. Literally nobody. The only person in my comment section was you pissing your fucking pants at other people and deleting comments when they told you you sounded like a psycho.
Comments. I didn't delete.
They're fucking gone.
Okay, probably because you deleted them, Tyler.
Why would I delete them? They're fucking hilarious. You were embarrassing yourself. Why the fuck would I help you?
Demolished, dude.
What?
Do you understand what this looks like, Tyler?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. I am so, dude. You're making my fucking career right now. Do you know how big this is gonna be?
Tyler,
I am going to literally make this into a whole fucking thing, and I'm gonna write about more of your videos. You called me IPOS. This is my favorite part.
Oh no, we completely followed the NCA guidelines, dude. I'm happy to talk privately about your misgivings, but don't let this turn into an IPOS situation just because you want to dig your heels in.
He called me in praise of Shadows, and I know you were trying to fucking. You're trying. Oh, look, I'm a big guy.
In praise of Shadows.
I'm a big guy. You're like in praise of Shadows. You're like that cringe guy that's gonna fall apart, but I'm not. No, you didn't do your research. You don't do research.
Yeah, you know what, Tyler? Here's the deal. I let you get to me a little bit there.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I shouldn't have done that. What I'm gonna say now.
You know what? Whatever. I'm gonna be right back. I'm actually, you know what? I am going to get some popcorn. You're right. I'm gonna be right back. I am getting popcorn. You're right. In the meantime, I'm gonna tell you to join the page. Consider subscribing. Consider donating. Consider helping me with the equipment. I need it. It's important. It's done. The popcorn's here. Oh my god, 6 impatient people left. Epos made the biggest mistake of his career. It's a damn shame. The guy's great horror video. Listen, have you looked at my Patreon? Have you looked at... I don't know. Let me check. Let me check if... my fundraiser is working again, and yet nobody was generous tonight. I'm very, very saddened by this state of affairs. Welcome back. No, it's not. If I left it running, that would have been a Hassan stream. Leave me alone. Oh my god.
Is I'm going to try and go back to what I was doing, which was saying, if you actually were to watch, again, even like 2 minutes past where you watched to, you would see that I say, according to a June 10th, 2004 article by Tanya Bina at Sky High News, Thursday Club member Bruno Schroeder described Marv as the type of guy who would give you the shirt off his back.
How does that in any way, shape, or form answer the fact that for 10 minutes, you only cited twice that you shit that you just randomly stole from Killdozer or fucking Trent?
I did not steal it, dude.
You did. That's just plagiarism. It's just
not
fucking plagiarism.
It's a summary, Tyler.
It's a plagiarism. You plagiarized the summary.
No, I didn't.
You screen cap. Here's the best part. Dude, you're the editor. Hold on. Let me talk to the editor. Let me talk to the editor.
Go talk to the editor. He's more level-headed than I am.
Are you the one that screenshotted chunks of tread and then kept in the lower thirds underneath people's name instead of just getting the photos yourself by doing a modicum of research?
No, I looked online as much as I could. The only places I could find some of them were either A, from the documentary, or B, on Google.
So you didn't call anyone? You didn't, like, reach out?
So to give you some context about the way we do things, are you familiar with any of the channels like Wendover Productions, Real Engineering, Real Life Lore, anything like that?
No.
No.
Okay. So those are kind of some of my, like, heroes in this realm of things that we do, which is what we consider video. I think the big disconnect here, and look, I mean, yeah, you got to Mattis. That's a thing that happens because he's notorious for getting angry. So you know,
it's a supermarket popcorn that you have to heat up in the microwave. The cheap one is the cheap popcorn.
Well done there. But anyway, so there's 2 different.
Dude, you acted like a shithead, and I got
Hey,
annoyed.
shut the fuck up. He's talking. Be respectful to your partner. Shut up.
Oh, you.
He's talking. Shut up. Be respectful.
So,
wait, what happened?
There's just 2 different criteria.
Shut the fuck up.
Anyway, so he's notorious for getting angry. So you know, got to Mattis. That's a thing that happens because he's notorious for getting angry. So you know, well done there. But anyway, so there's 2 different.
Dude, you acted like a shithead, and I got
Hey,
annoyed.
shut the fuck up. He's talking. Be respectful to your partner. Shut up.
Oh, you.
He's talking. Shut up. Be respectful.
So there's just 2 different criteria that we're both talking about here.
Yeah.
Right. So Mattis is following what he was taught in college of how to do a historical paper, and he's been translating that into a YouTube video.
Okay.
What you're talking about is journalism. So,
but you're not citing it. Oh, come on. Historians have to cite things. Don't give me. Citing, actually, is a thing that you just learn at university that you always have to do, no matter what. No matter what sort of work you write, you always have to do very detailed citation. At least how that works in Poland. It's not that just journalism. It's any work that you ever write. If you use someone else's thing, you cite it very in great detail. There's a whole form how you should do it correctly.
There's an
Well, I'm talking about MLA. I went to college too, and I've never heard.
so
You went to college and all you learned was MLA. Oh
I
boy.
don't think
Anyway.
this one
MLA,
has-
ALA. I mean,
So again, two
I
different
think
things.
this one has butter.
Understandable. Look, there are points to be made about what you said. You know, for example, me taking something that was in the documentary and using it because it's the only image I could find, I probably should put it in the corner that this image is from Tread. So that's my bad, 100%. I thought based on the fact that he was saying it throughout the video.
You don't really learn that sort of citation in middle school or junior high. Because the type of citation I'm talking about isn't just saying, oh, we took it from this guy. The type of citation has like this, oh, it's this guy published at this date. We are taking a fragment from this exact part. Like there's this whole form of how a proper citation should be made. Like who did it, when they did it, what exact part did you took it from, and a couple of other qualifiers that you have to sort of enter into a proper citation for it to be a proper citation, you know?
That it would have been clear, especially considering that with the clips that we used and some of the elements from the documentary that were there, that the audience would kind of get the picture. It's like, yes, this is from the documentary. Maybe that was too much of an assumption on my end.
yes.
So, you know,
Yes.
and that's fine. And that's something I could take into account moving forward. In terms of like, so some of the news coverage and things like that, I get where you're coming from in terms of the copyright for pillars. I am familiar with that. I also studied journalism in college. It's not necessarily what I would consider what we do, just mainly because he approaches it from such a historical perspective. But anyway, so I usually in my editing process follow channels like Real Engineering, Real Life Lore, Wendover Productions, who are people I watched when I was in high school. And you know, I really appreciate
Don't follow, don't be sheep, be your own person.
their content, wanted to kind of emulate
Don't be
that.
sheep.
That's the style I do. They don't cite anything, and I think their mentality, and they're like millions and millions of subscribers each. And I think their mentality has always been, which was my understanding, is that under the current copyright law, which is kind of nebulous, and it's been consistently nebulous for a while. I mean, the closest thing that we have to a concrete, decision on that, I think, was Lens v. Universal in 2015, where that kind of myth of the 30-second rule came in, and most people kind of follow that. Just unintentionally.
Yeah, which is not a thing. But he shared, by the way, I think in my comment section, he said it very confidently, as long as it's 30 seconds
for most
or less.
people, that is generally an unwritten rule in the sense of the fact that due to the basis of that ruling, where it was a 29-second clip that was used, and it ended up being dismissed. That's where that kind of, you can call it a myth, you can call it an unofficial rule, comes from.
Just really quick, I do want to say, YouTube, like their DMCA rules, YouTube flags something if it's over 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Under 30 seconds, the actual copyright holder has to go in and do it themselves. So YouTube's own guidance is 30 seconds or less.
Yeah. So we generally try to follow what others are setting a precedent for. True. And obviously, when we started out, we were even less formal than we are now. There's no way for you to know this, and I understand based on the portion of the video that you watched that it seems like he was just reading the Wikipedia page, as you said in your video initially.
I think he was just directly quoting from the documentary. So
if you watch the entire video, Tyler, if you watch the entire video, I know you won't, but
if you give me a pepperoni pizza with a shit on one corner, I'm not going to knock off that part and eat the rest of it and be like, oh, hey, this is a pleasant experience. No one does that on Earth.
Well, that is your prerogative to choose not to watch the rest of the video.
Do you want to eat the shit pizza, Aiden?
In case
would you eat the shit pizza, Aiden?
Who knows? Maybe, depending. What's the? Never mind. No. I'm not going to the question. No shit pieces. I said before, there is an entire genre on YouTube about telling true crimes and the form of Oh. Transformative popcorn eating noise is true. I've been asked to eat popcorn. I'm delivering to my audience the best experience of me eating popcorn. It's true. It is true.
In case any of your viewers
That
want
is a
to go and no, if I watch something and a small portion of it is incorrect, I watch the rest to see if the rest of it is incorrect or if somebody made a simple mistake at one point. That is how I do things.
What if they
Now-
made a series of extremely egregious errors that almost every single person with a modicum of academic integrity would notice very significant errors that are hilarious and laughable and would get you fired from any real job?
You are the first person to notice it. So
and not the last now.
Here's the thing. Here's
not the last now, but
Not the
probably
last now.
one of the minority. Now, if you'll allow me to finish,
Oh,
I'm
for a
trying to.
minute.
I'm being very. Okay. Now, if you were to watch the entire video, what you would see is that on numerous occasions, I say something along the lines of Tread says this, or Patrick Thrower says this, or this person says this in Tread. And I then say, but that's not what the documentation supports.
That's not enough.
And then I go in and I say, well, if you look at this article written by the same guy in 2004, it contains different material. That article is not in the movie. I took the movie and then I went and tried to corroborate the things said in the movie. And when I found that something was incorroborable or downright contradicted by the previous journalism, I said as much. That is how I did the video. Now, if you watch the first 10 minutes, it's going to seem a lot like it's just a summary of Tread, because the story in general has a number of established points. And those are the established points that I went over.
But why not just add a little thing that is from... Why not just add it? I don't get it.
Those established points are also in Tread, as well as most videos on this topic, most articles on this topic. There is the common knowledge, and when something is common knowledge, the only reason you would need to cite it is to give your argument more support, to say this is not just common knowledge.
It's not really
I have
common
this
knowledge,
source.
though. If you're contradicting stuff, you on your own argument, you're saying it's not common knowledge because
No, but the first
you have
10
to.
minutes-
If you have to rephrase it, by the way, it's not common knowledge
It's not rephrasing it.
because
It's
you're
writing
teaching
it in
people.
my
That
own
means
words. No,
you believe
Tyler,
the common viewer
Tyler,
doesn't know that.
No, Tyler. If I were to
Yes,
do other
Aiden.
Tyler, if I were to do what you're suggesting, that actually would be plagiarism.
What do
You can't just lift an entire block quote of like 10 paragraphs from one article, throw it into quotations, and then give a source and a citation and say, I've cited it, this is my work. No, that's plagiarism, at least where I'm from. What
Well,
I
yeah,
did
that's plagiarism too.
was-
But like mixing
Tyler.
it up just a little bit and then not saying
Tyler,
where
you
you
ever-
got it from is plagiarism too.
Did you ever write an essay for college? Like a legitimate
It's like that person with a pyramid head. Illuminati.
10, 15, 20-page term paper? Have you ever written one of those?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. In the introductory paragraph, did you have a whole bunch of citations, or did you summarize what the paper was going to argue?
In the one
What? This question makes no sense.
paragraph, which is 4 sentences or so.
Maybe in journalism, but I've written paragraphs that were 8 to 12 sentences.
in the vast majority of things.
Tyler,
Where did you go
Tyler,
to
you're a
college?
journalist.
Hold
Penn
on, shut the
State.
fuck up. I went to University of Cincinnati, so like
I
that's
went
a
to
real
Penn
school.
State, main campus,
Okay.
Penn State. That's a
Penn
real
State. What
school.
is your degree in?
Medieval studies with minors in religious studies, history, English, and what's the last one? Classics and ancient Mediterranean studies.
Gotcha. There's a BA.
BA. I was 1 credit away from a double major in English as well. Well, 3 credits
Okay.
technically, 1 course.
So in your English classes, you just never did MLA. You just never had to
Literary.
cite stuff while you like brought up. You just
we
brought up
were
facts.
taught to use Chicago. We didn't use MLA in English because English I was in a creative program.
I got to double
was in
check
a
the
literature
Chicago
program
things
in
anyway. He's written books. Oh shit! I can't. Chat. Anyway,
I was in a literature program in the English program, so I was not using MLA citations.
Literature club.
We used MLA as freshmen and sophomores, and then once we switched over to 300, 400 level courses, we were mostly using Chicago style. MLA was accepted because some people didn't know any better, but they wanted us to use Chicago. When I went and I started my master's program at Westchester, I started using Chicago for everything.
So you just never cited shit, and you graduated anyway. So like, if we
I don't
looked at
know
your
how
old,
you-
if we looked at your old papers, like we looked at your old papers, they would be conducted with the exact same academic rigor you used to make this video.
they would have citations.
Who is
all
your
over.
actually? As a matter of fact, when did you graduate? You said you're young, right?
2020.
Could I talk to one of your professors? Do you have a professor that was there?
Probably could. You probably could talk to Dr. Hudson. I took 6 courses with him.
Dr. Hudson. What's his last name?
Dr. Benjamin Hudson.
Okay. Dr. Ben.
Do you want me to read you his recommendation letter that he wrote me for multiple master's programs?
No, I don't.
I'll read it right now.
I don't care. I want to see. I want to see what he has. I got to look him up.
When you think my professors are going to say something bad about me, you care. But when you find out that one of my professors wrote I
want to see if he agrees with you. I just want to see if he agrees with you. I want to see if he agrees with you, and if I asked him about this video, if he would say that this is okay.
This is, dude.
I mean, about this video, I want to see. Like, I'll literally ask. This is.
You used MLA in freshman year, but once you started using Chicago, I didn't have to cite things anymore.
True. Research, by the way, this is how it works. You call people up and you ask them shit. That's how Tread works. That's why that guy knows all those things that you stole from him.
So
because he called them up and asked them and shit. So I want to call your professor up and see if you're actually like up and up.
Buddy.
I can't confirm. I don't know. I didn't go to fucking Penn Station
right now. I wouldn't bother him.
He's what? Oh, okay. I won't call him then.
Well, I mean,
I won't call him then. I won't call him.
I am not afraid of what he's going to say about Tread. He might disagree with some of like my more political opinions, but I don't think he'll disagree with the actual material itself.
Don't think,
again,
not sure, 100%. Put money on it.
Well, I'm
how confident?
Pretty confident.
How confident were you that you didn't steal when you were making this video? Is it that same confidence? Is that same? Is that same
Tyler, you've yet to provide an actual example of something I stole from the documentary without citing it.
I listed all the citations.
You said
no. I provided them. I provided them. I'm done. I'm good.
Images?
I can do more. I can do more, of course. You just don't believe that you did the wrong thing. You just
no, Tyler, because
I just don't think that you're wrong.
I'm telling you right now, I wrote the intro after I finished writing the rest of the video.
Oh, okay.
I wrote the whole script, and then I wrote the intro. The intro is a summary of my script.
So, how is it a summary of your script when it's using other people's words and interviews that you couldn't have access to? You cite them. You say you cite shit, but when and where, and they're locked behind fucking paywalls. You did it 15 times, but you present.
Tyler, you know what, Tyler? I'll put it for free on Patreon.
It's $1. $1. If you have time to watch my stuff, you have $1. Basically, that sort of energy. If you know what I'm referring to, then yes. It's basically the energy.
That way anybody can read it. How's that?
Put it in the fucking episode description, you psycho, so people know what the fuck you're talking about.
Let's see. How long is this? I can't put a 46-page document into the description box.
Just your sources. Just your sources.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Literally, why not? Why not, Aiden? Why didn't you have your fucking sources available for people to double check your work?
Because I put them on Patreon for $1.
Where are they?
Sure, why not? That was a funny exchange.
I couldn't get to them. Or even know that they were there immediately.
Dude, if somebody had come to me and said, "Hey, man, I don't have $1 to sub to the Patreon. Can
Why would I have to do that?"
Can you give context
Oh
to
my
what
God.
most people do for academic
Oh my god.
papers?
Oh yeah, when you write an academic paper, usually what you do is you send it into a journal, and then that journal decides whether or not your paper should be published, and then that paper is published. But guess what, Aiden? It's behind a paywall.
But when you buy the fucking paper, Aiden, the sources attached to the paper are not also behind yet another paywall.
True.
They come attached to...
All the citations are in the written work. It's actually a pretty mandatory element of writing an academic paper to have all your sources listed as the work goes along.
The fucking document.
They're behind the same paywall.
Yes, the same paywall.
All right, so let me get this straight. If I had
also hold the fucking phone.
Imagine if you had a actual academic paper, had 0 citations, and then it said you can buy this little additional booklet that actually is the booklet of citations for this work. That'd be so wild. That would be so wild.
Can we back up? Do you think you fucking passed the level of academic? This belongs in an academic journal.
That's
for
not
real.
what I said, Tyler.
I mean, well, that's what your comparison to is like.
Well, no, Tyler, I'm a historian, so I was comparing it to how historians do things.
You have pissed in the eyes and mouth of everyone with that profession by saying that again and again. I could not imagine being more humiliated to be a historian than when you say
Tyler, you're the one sitting here going, this is going to make me so huge and this is big. You're actually.
I am going to literally fucking predate on your channel like a fucking large cat
Oh
taking
my
down
God.
a fucking elephant. It's going to be awesome.
Dude, go for it. It's just going to show
Yes.
more. You're.
I'm fucking
disingenuous
excited
and
for it.
real.
I'm excited for it. Especially
Why
if
do
you
you
get
keep
this
encouraging
molding
your
every
viewers?
fucking
Why do you
time,
keep
we're going to
encouraging
become
your
Oh, wow.
friends. I know that you're going to think of me every time you see my name,
Tyler,
and that just fills me
Tyler,
with
after
joy.
I hang up on you in 5 minutes to go do my other show.
In 5 minutes. 38 minutes. The whole thing is 39 minutes. Just in 5 minutes.
Oh, important rich guy. Important rich guy. Say you're important and rich. Say you're important and rich. Say
This
it.
isn't the show that makes me money, Tyler.
Bust in the eyes and mouth.
This is the
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. That's all. Okay. You're going to drive your normal car. Tell me about the big car. Come on. Tell me you're important and rich. Tell me.
Tyler, you tried to make it a big deal. That
Tell
we
me you're
spent
important and rich. I
$17.
don't want to hear about me. Tell me about you. You're
Tyler.
important. You're rich. Tell me about it. Tell me about
Tyler,
it.
the only reason I brought up how much money the channel makes, which is all being reinvested into the podcast network we're building, the reason
Podcast network.
I told you that is because you said that we spent $17, like that was a big deal. Most.
Whoa. Sorry for pocket watching you on paying people to show up.
Dude, do you really think you look good right now, Tyler?
I mean, it is entertaining.
Fucking look awesome. You know how much fucking YouTube I watch? I prepared for this all day. I didn't know that you would fuck this up this
Tyler,
bad, and
you
it's
prepared?
gone completely according to plan.
Tyler,
I'm
you
having the
prepared?
best day of my fucking life, Aiden.
You prepared for this by not watching the entirety of the video?
I watched the first 15 minutes. I took notes on it. I looked up
Yes,
some
and
Bible
Tyler,
quotes to
if
make
you
you
were to
mauled.
go-
I made
Tyler-
you mauled. I fucking. my
Tyler, you
point's
didn't
proven.
make
It's
me
in the fucking
mauled,
court of
whatever
public.
the hell that means. I don't even know what that term means, dude. Here's the fact of the matter.
You just made a
You
meme.
are-
You don't
I
even
just
realize.
wanna-
You
I
don't
just
even
want
realize
to-
that just became a channel meme right there.
Tyler, are you
I don't even
capable
know
of
what
being quiet
molding
for a
is.
moment so I can say something?
Sure.
What you did here is you watched 11, not 15, 11 minutes of the video.
Well, I watched
You then made
15
an
the first
entire
time, but I couldn't make it through
55
that far again.
You made a 55-minute video saying our video was bad. You have yet to find a single place where we actually plagiarized anything.
I just said all the parts where you plagiarized. You want me to
He keeps saying that over and over.
read through
You
the list?
didn't, Tyler.
I did. You just don't believe me because you're
Because we
fucking
didn't,
you're
Tyler.
fucking out of your mind.
Out of your mind.
I'm leading you to water. You're just not drinking. I can't do anything about that.
Have you ever-
Your
I don't know.
appeal to incredulity and your inability to understand what the fuck I'm saying is not an
What I'm gonna
argument,
do here
Aiden.
is I'm gonna find a site.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Psychologist, and I'm gonna have them sit down and do a reaction video to this stream.
Fuck yes,
what I'm
do
gonna
it.
do.
I'll watch it. I'll
Because
react,
that
baby. I'm a live
narcissism
streamer. I don't give a
diagnosis is gonna
fuck. That's
hit you
content.
So hard. So anyway, as I've been trying to say this
What's your
entire
blood
time,
pressure right now, Aiden?
my blood pressure is fine, dude.
Is it?
Yeah, it really is. What I'm trying to say right now is that, again, if you watch the entirety of the video, we repeatedly say precisely what the source is the moment I reference it. If somebody said it, I reference the person who said it.
Oh yeah, I got one
Okay?
of those too.
If it came from an article, I reference the article. If it came from a video, I reference the video. Tyler, we did this.
Yeah, hold
right.
on. 4 minutes and 7 seconds. You say Brower wrote something online, and then you actually don't say what the article is, what the website even is. You just say he wrote it online. You have a fucking website in the background that's like blurred out, but you don't put you need when you
Well,
cite
again,
something, you
stop
know you need
yelling
to
at me
cite what you're
without-
citing too, right?
I'm looking to try and figure it out. Okay.
You need to like say the
what did I
article
say?
name, date, published
What did I
by.
say?
True, as I've said before. See, this person knows how to cite, I guess.
Was it Brower wrote that when another landowner moved to rezone the adjacent property,
boy.
Marv was offered $250,000?
Yes, where's the citation there?
Okay.
Brower wrote.
I'm looking for it.
Well, why isn't it there? That's where it needs to be. That's a
believe-
citation.
I I'm looking for it. Now, I believe that
you're
that
looking
citation...
for it means you're wrong.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Yes, it
Because
does.
again,
That's where the fucking citation is
Tyler,
supposed to
the
be.
section you're talking about is in the intro. I give the citation for that exact comment.
How
later
the
in the
fuck
video.
will someone know it goes all the way back there?
If they watch the video where I very clearly am referencing the exact same part of the story, Tyler. You didn't watch the whole video and you have the audacity to come here and talk about my research?
Yes, because you didn't put your fucking sources in. All of the other facts that you give there, too, when you don't say what article and shit it's from, and then you just randomly start talking again, is everything until that next source from the same source? Is it from a different one? Where the fuck is it from, Aiden? I don't know. Because you paywalled your sources and you didn't fucking put any reference in the fucking video at all.
Tyler, and here we encounter another place where the version of events given by Broer and the others in Tread diverges from that given by Heemeyer. That is both citations in one. According to Dick Brody, a Granby town board member from 1995 to 2001, Cody agreed to pay $250,000 for Marv's 2 acres, only for Marv to immediately raise the price to $375,000. Dick says that Cody agreed to pay the higher number as well, at which point Marv backed out. Then I say, to make matters more confusing, Patrick Brower's reporting from 2004 once again differs from the narrative presented in Tread. So,
what reporting? He's a fucking newspaper reporter. What fucking article?
Tyler, I had
what article?
Brought up the articles in
what date?
What date?
What, you bring it up the second you mention
Tyler,
the thing, so
Tyler,
people know what the fuck you're
essay.
talking about.
Tyler, it's a video essay. It's not a.
Just take a screenshot of the article, Aiden.
No.
Yes. Yes, Aiden. You can take screenshots.
No. Yes, Aiden. No. No. I will not. I refuse.
Of the fucking guy.
You're not the boss of me. You don't tell me what to do. You're not the boss of me. You're not my mom. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're not my mom.
In the fucking documentary you ripped off, you can take a screenshot of the article that's in the background. You put an article in the background and blurt it out so no one can see where it is. Do you not want people to have access to the information you're talking about? Do you not want them to double check what you have to say? Then why the fuck don't you put where it's from?
Tyler, did you write your articles for free?
I'm sorry, this is just funny. No? Just take the screenshot, Aiden. No. Yes, Aiden. Oh my god, this is funny. I have a feeling my whole what's it? The transformative commentary is gonna be laughing and eating popcorn. Oh my god. Listen. This is the perfect opportunity for me to say that I recently returned from Ukraine. I'm going there again, but I need some equipment, and to get that equipment, I really need your help, and please help me. That's basically that's it. Okay, that's it. Please go to the fundraiser or go to the page lucyhazel.org/live and help me. Thank you.
No, dipshit.
Oh!
I work for a fucking paper.
Free? You didn't write your articles for free. Tell me, how much did you get paid for your average article?
How much do you get paid for the YouTube AdSense?
Depends on how many people view the video.
Yes. And so the fuck what? You made a fucking aren't you supposed to be like a libertarian or something? You fucking talk about your contract negotiations with YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about?
With YouTube. You're not even understanding the point I'm trying to make.
Because it's a dumb point.
Tyler, when you wrote an article and you put it out on the internet, were you paid?
Yes, I wasn't paid for the article. I wasn't paid for the article. I was paid a salary.
Okay, cool. So
I was just paid at all.
Okay, so if you had not been paid to put the article out, would you have put the article out?
Obviously not.
Okay, all I've done is write an article and put it out for people to pay for. People pay for subscriptions to the New York Times all the time. People pay for the Washington Post. post.
Can you please promise me you're gonna listen to yourself fucking make that argument again later? I want
Sure,
in
and
the
I will agree
darkness
with
of your
myself
room
later,
tonight.
too.
I want you to hear what you
In
fucking
the darkness of your room.
can sound. What are you talking about? You put out two different things.
I did.
You're like, I put out
the
a whole
video
product and I
Tyler,
don't
nobody
include
paid
everything
me.
with it.
Tyler,
So
I
go
put out
buy
the
some
video
other
essay.
shit.
Tyler, I put out the
Imagine if
video essay.
I made a fucking. The point to make actually for you is, Tyler, when you wrote an article, did you put the article out and then take all of the quotes and sources that you used in the article and then put those behind a paywall? That's what you're trying. That's
No,
the
Tyler,
actual
because
point
the
to make.
article itself was behind a paywall, or it was being paid for via ad revenue. If I were to post this elsewhere, it's
Then it's
my
behind
writing.
two different things. It's in two different places.
All right,
It's
so
in two different places. You
So,
need
here we
your
go.
sources with the article that the
As it
sources
turns out-
belong to. I am
as it
not
turns out-
in remote.
as it
There
turns
is no
out-
argument to that.
Tyler, as it turns out, Patrick Brower was a bit more straightforward in his original journalism. There's the link. It's in the document. Then, in a June
I don't give a fuck about the
17th,
document.
2004
Who gives a
article,
fuck about the document?
in
Why
a
do you keep
June
bringing it
7th
up?
Tyler, this was in the video, dumbass.
It's a different source. I don't give a shit about.
I said in a June 17th,
30 minutes
2004
after it
article
fucking
by
matters,
Brower.
I put something in there that
Tyler,
justifies me stealing
Tyler,
shit before anyway.
Tyler, in the video, I said these words. In a June 17th, 2004 article, Brower wrote the following. Brower
One article.
wrote-
Is that where every article's from there? Everything. Because that's the one
everything-
citation. That's
everything
every single
Brower
fucking
wrote.
article.
Everything Brower wrote in 2004 was written for Sky High News.
In one article.
This was the only article he wrote that day.
That day.
linked
You
to the
just said
video.
a year. You just said a year.
No, I said.
And then you said that's the article he wrote that day.
Tyler, if you
Do you
bother
understand
to
that?
listen, Tyler, I said in a June 17th, 2004 article. Tyler.
Yeah.
you did
Tyler.
not
Was
watch
that was
the
every
video.
okay?
No matter what, whatever left, right, or learn, from both vouch and every single man. What?
Hey, that's a citation for one specific thing. Was every
That's how
single
I
bit of
did the
information that you
entire
used
video.
in the entire documentary relative to
Every
that one
time I
citation, or is that only for one specific
a source
thing?
for the first time? After the intro section, which is again a summary. After I mentioned a source for the first time.
Well, you didn't
every
really mention the
single
story.
time-
You kind of suggested one exists, but you didn't say
No,
when,
no,
where,
Tyler,
what
I
news.
said in a June 17th, 2004 article, and I linked to the actual original article as well in the document.
I don't care. I don't care about the
Okay,
document.
Tyler,
I don't give a shit. No one gives a
Tyler,
shit. No one
were
gives a
there
shit about your
multiple
fucking
articles it
document.
could possibly be.
Why didn't it make it from the document into the fucking video?
Because it didn't flow. It didn't flow well with
Just
the video.
fucking put it on the fucking screen.
Oh my god.
Everyone
Tyler.
does this.
All right. Well, here's the deal, buddy. We have to go do a show with an actual person.
Oh
who isn't a
shit! Tell me
lunatic.
how cool he
my god, you're an actual person.
is. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
It's Wendigoon, actually. If you want to,
Oh, it's Wendy. Tell him what's up.
Yeah.
Hey, fucking tell
But,
him.
like-
Fucking, and Praise the Shadows is a cunt for that shit. By the way.
I'm not going to tell him that, okay?
Why not?
'Cause even he didn't say that. So you know what?
I did. Fuck that.
Yeah,
Fuck
that's cool with you,
IPOS,
buddy.
dude. That guy
Anyway,
fucking talks shit about
I have
Appalachia.
to go
That's
do.
why-
I have to go do a show with a person who takes themselves seriously. So I'm not going to make them wait to do that. So we're going to do that.
You
now,
better leave the. You
and
better leave the
you can
studio
do whatever
yourself
the
then.
hell- You can do whatever the hell you want here, man. Congratulations.
I'm gonna. This was fucking awesome. Thanks, guys. Both of you. Thanks for having me on. If this is it, we're done. Take it easy, both of you guys. I'm out. See ya.
Oh, that happened. This debate was streamed live to Rove Odo and my fear. And lost bad. This is a citation. Contradiction. Jesus. This is a citation.
Okay. I had a good time. So, hey everybody, I think blood sports is back on the menu.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So how did you like that? Jesus. I'm afraid you're never gonna see me do something like that, so enjoy it. The only way you're gonna see something like that on my stream is if I watch someone else do it, because I'm afraid my personality type would just not allow me to act like this. Apologies. Apologies, I guess. I guess this is why this person has 10.4k subscribers and I've got how much do I have? 1.32. Because I'm just weak. All right. We watched this. It was Laura Lodge threatens to sue Tyler. This gets better and better. It's okay, Lucy? Is it okay? Yeah, Lucy's too nice. Plus, not even sure if ducks can even go feral. I think they can. All right. Let's go to the few other things that we've got planned for tonight because we've been streaming for almost 3 hours. Time flies when we're having fun. That was something. Let me see. That was something. That was definitely something. I will admit. I will admit that was definitely... Whew! That was a thing. That's right. That was a thing. That's not the thing I wanna look at. Apologies, I'm looking for the things that I got prepared, technically speaking. But it seems not. Oh, there we go. Once had a nightmare of feral duck. Wow, you had, like, seriously? Or is that just a thing you're saying? Okay, that's still not the thing that I'm looking for. I'm looking for... Nope. No. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Okay, let's go. Got a few things. Oh yeah! Alright. I gotta do at least one thing from the title. So, you probably know who Viktor Orban is, right? The guy that rules in Hungary. You know? The guy that's considered this big conservative leader of Europe right now. The Viktor Orban regime effect. The guy that blocked aid to Ukraine. He blocked the aid from the EU to Ukraine. He's been doing all sorts of things to sort of opt out of aiding Ukraine. When it comes to Hungary, he got that deal with NATO that in exchange for some nice things, he would not stand in the way when it comes to initiatives, when it comes to Ukraine, all that sort of stuff, you know? The leader that basically his... I would say that his ideology is basically to keep himself in power, and everything is basically just subject to this goal, you know? If it will help him, he will be for Putin. If it will help him, he will be for Europe. He'll just choose whatever will benefit him most and whatever will allow him to get the most for himself. You know? And he is also very corrupt, but that's besides the point. And the GOP really likes him. Especially Trump seems to be a big buddy of him. But, as it turns out, this sort of strange friendshipy thing, well, that seems to be going both ways. Because, do you know, are you maybe familiar with the slogan, with a little bit of a slogan, Make America Great Again? Make America Great Again. Are you familiar with this slogan? Have you ever heard this before? Have you ever heard the slogan, Make America Great Again? MAGA, MAGA hats, the Trump movement, the rallying cry, Make America Great Again, right? Have you heard of it? Any of you? Has any of you heard of it? Rings a bell? Has any of you heard Make Europe Great Again? Has any of you heard Make Europe Great Again? MEGA. MEJ. Mega. Oh, mega. Instead of MAGA, you've got mega. Make Europe great again. Right? Mega. So, Viktor Orban, Hungary's prime minister, vowed to make Europe great again on Monday as his government took the helm of the EU Council from Belgium. Mega. That is the MAGA is the past. The future is mega. Okay? Oh yes. Oh yes. Mega. Hungary will hold the bloc's presidency for the next 6 months after Orban took over Belgium's Alexander De Croo. Is it De Croo? In Brussels on Monday. When Hungary's term expires on December 31st, Poland will assume the role from January 1st, 2025. I wonder what Poland will come up with. How do you beat the mega? How do you beat the mega? How will Poland trump the mega? I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine Poland being able to trump the mega. Whatever happened to nationalism and wanting to be an individual entity and not European? Yes, Karaso Kafka is from Hungary, yes, indeed. Orban marked the occasion with a post on the X platform that featured a slogan borrowed from the US. Presidential hopeful Donald Trump. Everybody's happy that it's our turn to make Europe great again. Mega! Oh my god! Literally, hashtag mega. I'm gonna use this in the thumbnail. He tweeted, "Today, Hungary assumed the presidency of the Council of the European Union from Belgium. Had a very joyful handing over ceremony with Prime Minister Alexander Kroo today. Everybody's happy that it's our turn to make Europe great again." Maybe Euroscepticism will make Europe great again. Maybe that's the road to mega. Well, that depends what government will be in charge in Poland. It's, Now it's up to Hungary and PM Viktor Orban. The crew tweeted in turn, "I wish Hungary's EU presidency luck and trust you will deliver in the interest of all EU citizens." So that's what he tweeted. "Make Europe great again" will be the motto of Budapest's 6-month presidency, a slogan widely seen in Brussels as a provocation in the face of the widespread aversion to Trump expressed by many Eurocrats. However, Budapest's ambassador to the bloc, Balint Odor, played down the controversy, telling journalists he was not sure Trump had ever sought to make Europe great again. Cope. Cope. Oh, that's true. That's Cope. I'm sorry. Odor also reassured both media and diplomats alike that Hungary sought to be an honest intermediary. "It will be a presidency like any other," Odor told journalists. "We will be honest mediators. We will try to cooperate sincerely with EU countries and institutions," he said. This principle would also be extended to issues concerning Ukraine, a topic that has marginalized Hungary within the European Union due to Budapest's opposition to supporting Kyiv. But Odor said Hungary would deal with Kyiv if necessary. Deal with Kyiv? That's a very... I don't like that phrasing. Deal. We'll deal with you. Deal with Kyiv. Challenging times. In his presidential program, Hungary said that it was taking over the role at a time of extraordinary circumstances and challenges. "Our continent is facing common challenges due to the war in our neighborhood, the EU lagging more and more behind its global competitors, a fragile security situation, illegal migration, the vulnerability of international supply chains, natural disasters, the effects of climate change, and the impact of demographic trends," the program said. Many Brussels diplomats have pointed out that most of the issues related directly to the war in Ukraine have already been settled by the outgoing Belgian presidency, with a 14th package of sanctions on Moscow pushed through at the Council's June sitting. Accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova were also initiated, and a bilateral security agreement was signed between the EU and Kyiv, in addition to which consensus was reached on using frozen Russian assets to benefit Ukraine. One unnamed member state diplomat was quoted by the Polish press agency saying talks of being an honest mediator had to be more than just words to calm anxieties. They need the support of other capitals and the European Commission itself in order to achieve any of their plans, the source said. A good presidency manages to settle issues that are not always in line with the national interest of their country. We'll see. So far, Hungary has been quite extremely, I would say, anti-Ukraine, and we will see just how this presidency will affect that. We'll see. Popcorn got stuck in my teeth. This is what I get for eating popcorn. get punished. So what do you think? MAGA, make Europe great again. Very catchy. It's catchier than MAGA. It's better than MAGA. It's like an upgrade. Mega. That sounds so mega. Perfect. What times we live in. What wonderful times. Exciting times. I'm excited. Are you? You should be. You feeling excited enough by what's happening in the world, in Europe? Have I excited you enough? What have we got in the title? Sorry for exporting our far-right populism. It's okay. It's all perfectly fine. It just means we were living in interesting times. Listen, if the times were not interesting, they'd be boring. And if they'd be boring, what? Would it even be worth living? Would it even be worth living if we'd be living in boring old times? The answer is no. The answer is no. It would be just... Oh, driving? Not anymore. Well, what are you doing, Philippe Auguste? What are you doing? What are you up to? There's a conflict, Philippe Auguste. I'm streaming, but DBZ streaming as well. Who will you choose? Who will you choose to watch? Philippe Auguste. Now we're gonna see who really is the #1 Ukraine streamer, because both of the Ukrainian streamers happen to be streaming right now at the same time. So who will you be choosing, Philippe Auguste? Me or DBZ? See, I've created a dilemma for you right now in real time. Mostly paying attention to you, but leave them both on. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, as I've been saying, if you're actually not excited enough, then I've actually got more exciting news for you. Things are even more exciting. It's like I'm super drama. That's how you get viewers. Exactly, drama, aka mega. Make Europe great again. So if you're not excited yet, wait till we explore the successes, the victories, the triumphs, the road, the journey, the quests of a well-known former Putinist, Le Pen, and how she's doing in France. Apparently she's doing pretty well. Apparently she's gaining ground in France. Apparently it's not going so well in France. What the French elections mean for Ukraine? Because as we know, there's been an election. As we know, a certain person has been Doing a bit better than I'd like. I'm reading the YouTube. As the dust settles on the first round of a French general election, which saw a far-right party emerge victorious, a key talking point is what are the implications for Ukraine? Because let's forget that Marine Le Pen has been in the past a firm Putinist. The election saw Marine Le Pen's National Rally RN party hover up to 33.1% of the vote, and at the same time hammered the centrist bloc of Emmanuel Macron, the French president, which got just 20.76%. See you, greater ain't. Le Pen's nearest rival, a left-wing alliance, came in second with 28%. Well, at least that's a silver lining. This means that the RN, along with its allies, could have the 289 lawmakers needed for an absolute majority in France's 577-seat National Assembly in July 7th run of vote. The emphasis here is on could, because it is clear that the RN's opponents will put aside differences and work together in order to thwart the chances of France falling under the power of the far right for the first time since the collaborationist Vichy regime was established in 1940. Okay, so wrap your minds around this, okay? Because this is an election. This is actually this whole thing, the RN, that's actually an election. The Vichy government was not elected. It was a puppet government just put in by Hitler, by the Nazis, okay? It was a puppet regime that was just put in place by Hitler to govern France, you know? Vichy France was the French rump state headed by Marshal Philippe Pétain during World War II. It was named after its seat of government, the city of Vichy, officially independent, but with half of its territory occupied under the harsh terms of the 1940 armistice with Nazi Germany. So, basically, the far right has a chance to rule in France for the first time since a puppet government was established by Nazi Germany. That just tells me everything that I need to know. That just basically, you know, what else? What else do you need? What else do you need? That's tough. That's tough, buddy. Successful cooperation could stop the RN getting an absolute majority, although it might still be the strongest and therefore most influential party in parliament. But as it stands, the RN is in pole position to form the government. Its victory in the first round has turned French politics on its head, and this is a cause for concern for Ukraine. To begin with, the party and Le Pen have a track record of being somewhat cuddly when it comes to Russia and its president Vladimir Putin. That's right, especially Le Pen has a past of being a Putinist. What's the main reason why Europe is shifting so far right right now? There are a couple of factors here. It's you cannot just say that it's shifting right now. it's been a slow build up. It's been happening. Like the biggest thing that has been harped on over and over again. I've done a whole thing about it. I think it's one of the bigger topics that is being focused on. In fact, it's one of the biggest topics also that is being focused on in the US. And that is immigration and the refugee crises. Quite a few years back, I've attended a little bit of an event in Poland, an event in the Polish Museum it took place in the Museum of Polish Jewish People, Museum of the History of Polish Jewish People. Polin, it's called. Polin means Poland in Hebrew. And this event was called The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust. And during that event, basically one by one, there were speeches by people that had different topics about genocide, about the, as the name implies, wasted lessons of the Holocaust, with breaks for food and whatnot. And one of the speakers basically was talking about a thing we would call it proto-genocide, that due to living conditions becoming worse and worse in certain parts of the world, political situation being unstable, war, conflict, poverty, global warming also is a big factor when it comes to making places uninhabitable, which means that people move. It's basically how Europe has primed itself to fearmonger in populations against the incoming hordes of immigrants, of refugees, which sort of gets into pretty basic fears of people, which makes them more susceptible to populist rhetoric in general. You know, we can see this also in the US, where there was this article we've been looking over, where people would say, you know what, I don't like Trump, I don't want to vote for Trump, but I think I will vote for him. You know why? Because there are these people that are coming over the border and they might kill me or something. That's basically it. It's just using this basic fear. That's one of the reasons why Europe is sliding, quite frankly. The populist rhetoric fueled by the fear of the outsider coming in to steal your job, to overload the system, to overload the public services. And as much as Ukrainian people have been accepted as refugees, this sort of rhetoric, of course, in some places will also be used against Ukrainian people. You know? In fact, in Poland, it's become a problem because the whole rhetoric of the war, the hybrid war with Belarus, has caused genuine refugees from Afghanistan and many other places to suffer that try to cross to Poland through the Belarusian border. It's a whole topic, you know? And of course, there's the whole other populist rhetoric that some politicians use as Orban actually has used this. Orban has been talking to his base about how Poland is just a crazy country and how Orban is trying to keep Hungary out of war, and how Poland is pushing the Polish government is pushing Poland into war with Russia, and Hungary is trying to keep, Orban is trying to keep Hungary out of war. rhetoric like that. Okay, let's continue. Like, it's considered a small miracle that in Poland this sort of trend to the right has been somewhat thwarted when the Law and Justice Party lost the election at the end of last year. You know, like this sort of movement has been thwarted, and that it was, it was not easy. Many were worried that Law and Justice would just win again, and at that point there was a real risk that democracy in Poland would just basically go the way of the dodo bird, But fortunately that did not happen. Poland had the biggest vote turnover, I don't know, ever, and people voted Law and Justice out. But there was a great fear that would not happen. There was a great fear that many people would, quite frankly, don't have the confidence in the opposition and just not vote. People feared that people would just not go to vote. But that did not happen. Is it like the US where migrants actually commit fewer crimes and work more compared to native born? Yes. Actually, Ukraine has been a great example how, because Ukrainian refugees have been given a lot of special sort of regulations that allowed them to get jobs easier. Ukrainian refugees in Poland, for example, did not have to apply for special permits, etc., to work in Poland. It was the job of the people hiring Ukrainian people to take care of that, So Ukrainian people did not have to do anything. They did not have to jump through hoops to get hired, right? And those sort of things that were done to make it easier for Ukrainian people to find employment resulted in the majority of Ukrainian people that came to Poland as refugees finding employment. That happens. When you make it easy for people to get a job, they get a job. And Ukrainian refugees became, as it turns out, I've actually got a whole segment about it on the channel, a significant boon to Polish economy, to the point that there's actually a worry that there might be a problem if all the Ukrainian people leave, that the Polish economy might actually suffer for it if that happens. So that's a thing for the future. Actually, the Ukrainian government, like Poland, has sweetened the deal for Ukrainian refugees so much that the Ukrainian government was like, don't sweeten it too much, because at some point we will want those people to return and help us rebuild. That was also a thing that happened. Yeah, because those fears are pretty universal. Like those sort of populist slogans, this sort of appeal to basic fears, appeal to sort of they will come and get you. That's just very common, international, you could say, unfortunately. And since it's simple, that is another thing. That is, I guess, the other reason why the right-wing sort of shift. Because those sort of slogans are snappy, quick. You don't have to think about it much. You can just throw it out. But it takes a lot more thought. It takes a lot more looking into it. It takes a lot more explanation to sort of get into why those populist slogans are not exactly correct, right? It takes a lot more effort and time to disentangle the sort of falsehoods of certain populist slogans. And for example, that's the time and effort that not everybody's willing to Invest. So you're saying that treating migrants for good is well for the economy. I will learn nothing from this. Maybe. Okay, so let's continue the article now that we've talked about this a bit. To begin with, the party and Le Pen have a track record. We've read this. Le Pen has visited Russia a number of times and has received positive coverage in the press there, indicating that the Kremlin could well regard her and her party as useful assets. Last year, a French parliamentary committee examining foreign interference in the country's politics concluded that RN's policy stances sometimes echo the official language of Putin's regime. Are young voters not vote to keep conservatives out like here in the US? I think a lot of young people actually helped in Poland to keep Lon Justice out of power, so I guess the answer would be sort of yes. At least for Poland, that was the case. Softened position, perhaps worried that being seen as pro-Putin could undermine RN's chances in the polls, the party has recently seemed keen to downplay and soften its position on Russia. That actually does not calm me down in the slightest, this sort of softening of the position, because I know that comparing everything to World War II, comparing everything to Nazi Germany, comparing everything to that period seems tired, it seems overdone. But you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it just because, why not? It's an example that everybody likes to hear, for sure. So I'm not sure how much of a well-known fact it is that at some point during its campaigning, the Nazi Party, believe it or not, actually calmed down on the anti-Semitic rhetoric because there were certain powerful Jewish people that they wanted to win over at some point. So Hitler actually said, you know what? For the moment, let's keep the anti-Jewish rhetoric a little bit under wraps. And they did. Then they did keep the anti-Jewish rhetoric under wraps for a while when campaigning. And it worked. It worked. They did achieve what they wanted. And it wasn't like they softened their position and then they just kept their softened position. No. You know what happened when Nazi party got into power? They did not keep their softened position. So I'm not really, it does not make me feel, okay, great. When I read that Iran was worried about polls, so it downplays and softens its position on Russia. Because once they're in power, they're not going to care anymore. They're just going to go back to being pro-Russia. Jordan Bartella, Iran's president and candidate for prime minister, said last month that Ukraine must be able to defend itself, an indication that an Iran government would maintain support for Kyiv. It's not really guaranteed. That's not how that works. I'm afraid. That's not how that works. He also suggested further foreign policy continuity on Ukraine if an Iran government is formed, by saying he did not intend to call into question France's international defense commitments. We'll see. I'm not going to say one way or the other. We have to keep this sort of objectivity here, as a person that tries to be a serious political commentator with a serious channel. This could go some way to allay Ukrainian fears about France's commitments to its defense. But Bardella also said that sending French troops to Ukraine, something that Macron has spoken of, is a red line he's not prepared to cross, as is allowing Ukraine to use long-range French-made weapons to strike targets in Russia. So we're backpedaling. There are also some who argue that a Leopard can change its spots. Wow. In an interview for the French radio broadcaster RFI, Nicolas Tencer, a political philosophy teacher at the Sciences Po University in Paris, said that the RN had never voted for a single resolution in favor of Ukraine in either the French or European Parliament. He added that if RN won a majority in the National Assembly, it could block any budget support for Ukraine, which would result in the country being completely sacrificed. Clash between President and Prime Minister. Ukraine may also face problems if a new and unsettling power dynamic between the French President and Prime Minister appears under a RN government. There have been 3 cases in the past when the President and Prime Minister came from different parties. These periods of cohabitation were underwritten by the notion that the President had a domain reserve on foreign policy, security, defense, and intelligence. In the 3 cases, the President and Prime Ministers held broadly similar views on foreign policy, but with RN in government and Macron in the Élysée Palace, things could be different. Although foreign and defense policy in France have traditionally been the remit of the President, the lines defining the separation of powers appear to be vague enough to allow the Prime Minister to step in. In one interview, Le Pen dismissed the French President's title of Commander-in-Chief as an honorary title, and argued that the real power, in particular over the budget, rested with the Prime Minister's government. We've already seen that things might not be very good. She added that Bardella has no intention of picking a quarrel with Macron, but he has set red lines. While the final results of the French elections could have grave implications for Ukraine, there is one possibility that might ensure Paris' continued support for the Beleaguered nation, and that is the transformation of Giorgia Meloni, Italy's hard-right prime minister. Before coming to power in September 2022, Meloni has opposed sanctions on Russia, and there were fears that she could shatter the Western consensus on Ukraine by peddling a pro-Putin agenda. But since becoming premier, she has confounded many by backing Kyiv, arguing that Ukrainians are defending the freedom and democracy upon which our civilization is based. Kyiv may hope Le Pen and RN will undergo a similar metamorphosis. We'll see. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm not gonna say I believe it will happen one way or the other. Let's just say that I'm not. Let's just say that I don't trust Le Pen much. I don't trust a Putin supporter, even if it's like a former Putin supporter, much. Maybe it's just my skepticism. Maybe it's just I'm just Polish. It's just my Polish genes. I'm going to go to the toilet now, and then we'll sort of continue a little bit. But if you're enjoying yourselves, consider joining the page. And also, consider, please, supporting this little fundraiser that I've put together. It's a little fundraiser that will help me get equipment to do stuff in Ukraine. And I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hello. Me, I'm back. So are you excited now? By the state of the world? Have I excited you? How excited are you? From 1 to 10. How excited are you? All right. Mm-hmm. 9.9 out of 10. So I have something else. I should at least do the things that I've actually promised in the title of the stream, shouldn't I? Should I not at least talk about the things that I promised in the title of the stream? Do you feel like if I put things in the title, I'm actually obligated to talk about them? Or is it just like this suggestion piece? You know? Maybe it's just a suggestion. Maybe, you know, maybe it's not important to fulfill the title promises. Maybe it's just like a... Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Let me check if anybody has decided to be generous with the donations. Nobody. Nobody. All right, let's fulfill the title. The tanks. The tanks. Let's talk about the tanks, like the tankies that we are. So, and this has been a thing for a long time. I guess we got a whole article about it now. Whole article, which is a very amped title, because a very amped topic, because as we've learned recently from one called Elon Musk, tank warfare is over. That the era of tanks is over, absolutely, as Elon Musk has said. And yet it seems like both parties still seem to be in demand of those obsolete weapons. And Russia has been actually losing tanks in abundance. Russia has been losing tanks in abundance, to the point that questions, and I've heard many people ask these questions. If Russia's losing so much equipment daily, if Russia's losing so much equipment all of the time, then is this whole thing even sustainable? How is Russia even capable of replacing those tanks? Is Russia even capable of doing this? Of continuing to do this? Right? And there is an article that is trying to answer these questions for us. The article is trying to answer whether or not this sort of thing is actually even sustainable. As Russian tank losses in Ukraine continue to mount, here's what you and me, because that includes me, I am you in this scenario, need to know. War analysis. Russian losses tanks war in Ukraine. We're going to go through this analysis and we're going to analyze the analysis. Polish has actually given a lot of tanks to Ukraine, by the way. A lot of tanks from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion. Poland has done at least two good things: taken in a lot of refugees and given Ukraine a lot of tanks. Russian losses in Ukraine recently passed another milestone, with the total number of tanks claimed destroyed by Kyiv passing the 8,000 mark. As of July 1st, the figure stands at 8,099, according to the General Staff of Ukraine's Armed Forces. At the start of the full-scale invasion, Russia was estimated to have around 3,300 operational tanks. And of course, you know, official Ukrainian data about this sort of thing probably should be taken with a grain of salt, but this is, let's just work with the data that we're giving here. 3,300 operational tanks, suggesting that all of those that initially drove into Ukraine and then some had been taken out over the course of 2.5 years. And if you look at those daily reports of sort of destroyed equipment, Russian equipment, you'll see that it's always a lot more lost equipment on the Russian than Ukrainian side, and you will always see at least some tanks destroyed or damaged every single day. It's impossible to know for certain exactly how many tanks Russia has lost during the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, so any figures need to be treated as estimates with a grain of salt. Further complicating matters is what exactly Ukraine's general staff counts as a tank, with Ukraine's official count being plausible yet most likely misleading. The daily figures from Kyiv just says tanks, but because it has a separate section for armored personal vehicles, so it's my interpretation that they group main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Sasha Bruchman, visiting research fellow for defense and military analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, told the Kyiv Independent. How accurate are the Ukrainian figures? According to Bruchman, the Ukrainian figures likely combine both main battle tanks, MBTs, and infantry fighting vehicles, IFVs. Broadly speaking, the main battle tank is the classic tracked vehicle with a large turret, mountain cannon. Modern Russian examples include the T-90 and its much vaunted but yet to be tested T-14 Armata, which Armata basically means like the cannon. Just for all of you who do not understand the languages of the Slavs. Armata means cannon. An IFV is used to carry infantry into battle and provide direct fire support and can resemble a tank, but usually with a smaller cannon. Modern Russian examples include the BMP-3. While the Ukrainian figures do not appear to distinguish between the two, other sources do. An assessment for British Defense Intelligence earlier this year said Russia had likely lost 2,600 tanks since the start of the full-scale invasion and 4,900 IFVs, a total of 7,500. Figures from the open source investigative project Oryx put the numbers of tanks damaged or destroyed at 3,180. So the question is about sustainability. The question is just how can Russia replace these? It's about production. It's about, I assume, the degrading quality of the tanks because the more of the good ones Russia will lose, the more of the older ones and of lesser quality Russia will have to send out to battle. As Oryx only publishes visually confirmed data taken from open sources, the real numbers of Russian losses are likely significantly higher. If you look at the British figures, they're getting close to what Ukraine is saying. And then with the visual confirmations from OSINT trackers like Oryx, I think the 8,000 figure is realistic, Bruchman says. I think it's reasonable to conclude the 8,000 figure includes around 3,000 MBTs. Even Russia's most advanced and capable tanks have taken a hammering on the battlefield. In January, a T-90M, which Russian President Vladimir Putin once described as the best tank in the world, was destroyed by 2 US-supplied Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and served since the early 1980s. How many tanks does Russia have left? Well, that's a big question. I guess that's what we're here for. At the beginning of its full-scale invasion, Russia had around 3,330 operational tanks, according to the military balance of 2021 database. The database included all tank types then employed by Russia's military, notably T-72s, T-80s, and T-90s, and their modifications. Clearly, the most recent figures of Russian tanks destroyed would mean almost the entire tank fleet employed by the Kremlin at the start of the full-scale invasion had been destroyed. But Russia had thousands of tanks in storage, which it has been forced to use as the war dragged on far beyond what the Kremlin initially envisioned. A September 2023 report by the Institute Action Resilience, using OSINT data, calculated Russia has an estimated maximum of 7,000 tanks in storage. So it's not indefinite. It will run out. Can Russia replace lost tanks? Russia does have the capacity to replace the tanks it had lost since February 2022, though there is a massive caveat, and I suspect it's the degradation of the quality of the tanks. While Russia can maintain the quantity of tanks at the front, the quality is diminishing all the time, experts say. Retired military officer and defense expert Viktor Kevlyuk told the Kyiv Independent figure of destroyed tanks means that the enemy has lost almost all of the modern tanks that it had at the beginning of the invasion. The capabilities of Russian industry to produce modern tanks are extremely limited, with 100 to 200 tanks per year, he adds. The bulk of the tanks supplied to the front are restored machines from the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. The number of lost tanks is significant, Brookman told the Kyiv Independent. Your tanks are still the spearhead of your armored forces, and if you run out of tanks, you lose a lot of combat power and mobility. If you run out of tanks, someone else has to bring that firepower onto the battlefield. Someone has to pick up the slack, Brookman adds. Brookman points to Ukraine's Kharkiv counteroffensive in 2022 as an example of what tanks can achieve. Kyiv's forces swept through Russian defenses, liberating 12,000 square kilometers of territory in under a month. That was a fistful of tanks that caused that entire unraveling, Brookman says. Without tanks, you don't have the same offensive capability, and you need to adapt for that. Royal United Services Institute RUSI writes that Russia is delivering approximately 1,500 tanks to its forces per year, but adds that approximately 80% are not new production, but are instead refurbished and modernized from Russian war stocks. AT-64, even if it's modernized, does not do the same thing as a T-90, Brookman says, adding that the trajectory of Russian losses means that the situation for the Kremlin will only get worse as Ukraine destroys more and more newer tanks. What does it mean for the war in Ukraine? Is the other question that I am eager to learn. There is much debate over whether or not Russia is running out of tanks. I've heard those discussions, in fact. And what this means for the war in Ukraine, with some estimates suggesting that by 2026 the Kremlin won't have the means to replenish frontline positions. But Brookman warns against thinking simply in terms of trajectory of every decreasing numbers. War is dynamic, so just putting a current number in a trajectory won't give us the right story, he says. It's tough to then write, yeah, in 2 years Russia will lose the war because they run out of tanks, because that's not how it's going to happen. Tanks are their most useful in an offensive capacity, and as Ukraine demonstrated last year, its Western allies have yet to give Kyiv enough to launch a successful counteroffensive against entrenched Russian forces. Although Russia is currently on the offensive, its advances are grindingly slow. and will only get slower as the number of tanks it has available decreases. All of this plays into an increasingly attritional war, which, unable to liberate more land, does not bode well for Ukraine. It will inhibit Russia's ability to take more territory or make it more costly, Brookman says. But if the Russians have proved anything, if that they're willing to take costs. And that's it. It's going to get harder for Russia. The quality of their tanks is just deteriorating as Ukraine is destroying more and more of those modern tanks. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it will lead to more and more advantages for Ukraine on the battlefield. And hopefully, as a counter, right? Hopefully as the quality of the Russian tanks will decrease. Hopefully the West might decide, hey, maybe we should supply Ukraine with a lot more of those modern tanks to sort of, give Ukraine this sort of pushing power that it needs to liberate its territories, along with all the other weapons that they need, long range, air superiority, etc. All right. We've done it. We've done this. So we've done Mega. Only if Western support doesn't falter, which is what I'm always afraid of. Unfortunately, the West is so finicky that I'm always afraid about the support faltering. Unfortunately, I'm just Polish. I'm just built very skeptical and negative. So we've done Mega, make Europe great again. No tanks. We've covered this. There are some tanks, but their quality is deteriorating. Supreme Court President immunity. Oh boy. So, how many of you have heard about the whole president thing? How many? Please tell me. Wow. CNN. All right, we're going to read this and then we're going to be done with the title. Wow. So have you all heard of this? Are you all familiar with what happened? With the whole Supreme Court decision? Yes, says Emily S. Well done. Supreme Court just gave presidents a superpower. Here's its explanation. The explanation being a president can basically commit a crime and just be like, That's my explanation. I've actually talked to my lawyer friend about it. And the biggest summary that he had was like, seems like democracy is not going to be so strong in the US. CNN, with its immunity ruling on Monday, the Supreme Court granted former President Donald Trump's wish of all but guaranteeing that his criminal trial for trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election will not go to trial before the 2024 election in November. It also granted presidents in general a definitive absolute immunity from prosecution for core official acts and said presidents should be presumed immune for a much more expansive list of acts. Time for Biden to Scarface a bunch of Republicans. Jesus. He'll be inaccurate, but that's even better. Oh my gosh. Scarface. We're not about all of that. We're not about any of that on this wholesome channel. Okay. In the view of the majority comprised of the 6 conservative justices on the court, the decision does not place presidents in general and Trump in particular above the law. But the 3 liberals descended with a warning about how elevating a president will affect American democracy. Yes. Which was what everybody's basically saying. The decision has the near-term result of delaying Trump's trial, while a court in Washington, D.C. considers which criminal activity that Trump is accused of can be considered unofficial. It also has the long-term effect of placing presidents in a different system of justice than other Americans. Here are key lines from a landmark ruling. What is this new immunity? Chief Justice John Roberts explains in the majority opinion as including absolute immunity for some actions and a presumption of immunity for others. We conclude that under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office, at least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers. This immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official actions, he is also entitled to immunity. At the current stage of proceedings, in this case, however, we need not and do not decide whether that immunity must be absolute, or instead whether a presumptive immunity is sufficient. Why does a president need this immunity? So that he can act boldly as president and take actions without fear of later prosecutions, clouding his judgment according to the court. Here's Roberts. I don't know, like January 6th or something. That's something along those lines, right? Potential criminal liability and the peculiar public opprobrium that attaches to criminal proceedings are plainly more likely to distort presidential decision-making than the potential payment of civil damages. The hesitation to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly that might result when a president is making decisions under a pall of potential prosecution raises unique risks to the effective functioning of government. In other words, the president must be allowed to break a few eggs to make an omelet and not be afraid to be prosecuted for breaking eggs. What does it say in the Constitution about presidents getting special immunity? Nothing, but that's no problem, according to Roberts. Jesus. True. There's no presidential immunity clause in the Constitution, but there is no separation of powers clause either. Yet that doctrine is undoubtedly carved into the Constitution's text by its 3 articles separating powers and vesting the executive power solely in the president. Oh, we'll see. We'll see how November will go, right? We will see. How far does this immunity extend? A president gets at least a presumptive immunity even for acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility, according to the court, but it's careful to add that he gets no immunity for unofficial acts. And despite the broad reach of the immunity, the court argues presidents are still accountable. The president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. The president is not above the law, but Congress may not criminalize the president's conduct in carrying out the responsibilities of the executive branch under the Constitution. Are any of the things Trump is accused of in special counsel Jack Smith's indictment outside this blanket of immunity? During oral arguments in the case back in April, Trump's attorney, John Sauer, told Justice Amy Coney Barrett that multiple elements of the indictment would indeed be private. Or unofficial acts. These include, for instance, getting an outside attorney to organize slates or false electors. Barrett, in an concurring opinion on Monday, said she would make clear in the decision what was official versus unofficial, but the majority takes no position and wants the trial court to go through the allegations individually. Trump can then appeal whatever the trial court decides. Here's Roberts. The current state of the proceedings in this case does not require us to decide whether this immunity is presumptive or absolute, because we need not decide that question today. We do not decide it. Does the majority tell the trial court what might be official or not? Trump has absolute immunity for any instructions or pressure he exerted on his acting attorney general, for instance. Plus, the court won't allow as evidence any interviews with people who worked in the administration, nullifying much of the evidence gathered by the House Selected Committee that investigated the January 6, 2021 events. And it also won't let a court consider a president's motives for taking an action. Such an inquiry would risk exposing even the most obvious instances of official conduct to judicial examination on the mere allegation of improper purpose, thereby intruding on the Article 2 interests that immunity seeks to protect. It's an open question for the lower court to decide if Trump's pressure on the Vice President Mike Pence to disregard the 2020 election results involved official conduct, but the Supreme Court put that pressure in the presumptive immune category. We accordingly remand to the District Court to determine in the first instance, with the benefit of briefing we lack, whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. The majority thinks Trump's tweets encouraging people to go to the Capitol and pressure Pence are within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, but they're not sure, and they expect it will be challenging for the lower court to muddle through these questions. Why can't a jury make these decisions? Why not? Juries can't even consider official acts in terms of prosecution according to Supreme Court. Allowing prosecutors to ask or suggest that the jury probe official acts for which the president is immune would thus raise a unique risk that the jurors' deliberations will be prejudiced by their views of the president's policies and performance while in office. The prosaic tools on which the government would have courts rely are inadequate, safeguard against the peculiar constitutional concerns implicated in the prosecution of a former president. So the Supreme Court gave Trump everything he wanted. It certainly embraced Trump's theory of immunity and pretty much guaranteed the trial will not happen before the election, although the majority says they were restrained since they rejected his request to completely dismiss the case. Trump asserts a far broader immunity than the limited one we have recognized. He contends that the indictment must be dismissed because the impeachment judgment clause requires that impeachment and Senate conviction precede a president's criminal prosecution. So there is a special system of justice for presidents? The president is more than a person, according to Roberts, more than a person. A president is a god. Like everyone else, the president is subject to prosecution in its unofficial capacity, but unlike anyone else, the president is a branch of government and the Constitution vests in him sweeping powers and duties. Accounting for that reality and ensuring that the president may exercise those powers forcefully, as the framers anticipated he would, does not place him above the law. It preserves the basic structure of the Constitution from which that law derives. The majority dismisses warnings about a president operating above the laws as fear-mongering on the basis of extreme hypotheticals. It's more important to protect the president from political prosecutions. The court says political prosecutions. I like that phrasing. That is very interesting. The dissent overlook the more likely prospect of an executive branch that cannibalizes itself, with each successful president free to prosecute his predecessors, yet unable to boldly and fearlessly carry out his duties for fear that he may be next. The enfeebling of the presidency and our government that would result from such a cycle of factional strife is exactly what the framers intended to avoid. Roberts borrows from Trump's attorneys when he quotes George Washington's farewell address in which he warns about factions. The problem with that particular quote, as I found earlier this year, is that Washington also warned about elevating a person above the law. Does the court mention the politics of today? Roberts says the court's considerations are more far-reaching than what's happening at the moment. This case poses a question of lasting significance. When may a former president be prosecuted for official acts taken during his presidency? Our nation has never before needed an answer, but in addressing that question today, unlike the political branches and the public at large, we cannot afford to fixate exclusively or even primarily on the present exigencies. In a case like this one, focusing on transient results may have profound consequences for the separation of powers and for the future of our republic. Did it say anything about Smith? The majority did not weigh in on the brewing argument among conservatives that Smith should not even have a job, and that his role as a special counsel is unconstitutional. But Justice Clarence Thomas endorsed the idea in a concurring opinion. In this case, there has been much discussion about ensuring that a president is not above the law. But as the court explains, the president's immunity from prosecution for his official acts is the law. In that same vein, the Constitution also secures liberty by separating the powers to create and fill offices. And there are serious questions whether the Attorney General has violated that structure by creating an office of the special counsel that has not been established by law. What did Barrett say about alternate electors? Barrett, a Trump appointee, wow, an ally, wrote her own concurrence in which she disagreed with the majority on some key points. She said they could easily have expressed that some of Trump's conduct was unofficial. Sorting private from official conduct sometimes will be difficult, but not always. Take the president's alleged attempts to organize alternative slates of electors. In my view, that conduct is private and therefore not entitled to protection. Interesting. Thrown under the bus by the Trump appointee. A president has no legal authority and thus no official capacity to influence how the states appoint their electors. I see no plausible argument for barring prosecution of that alleged conduct. Damn. Oh, damn. Trump betrayed by his own allies, stabbed in the back. How unfortunate. How sad. How this saddens me. What was in the blistering dissent? Writing for the three liberals on the court, Justice Sonia Sotomayor blasted the majority as inventing an atextual, ahistorical, and unjustifiable immunity that puts the president above the law. She said the court makes it difficult to imagine what might be unofficial conduct on the part of the president. In sum, the majority today endorses an expansive vision of presidential immunity that was never recognized by the founders, any sitting president, the executive branch, or even President Trump's lawyers until now. Settled understandings of the Constitution are of little use to the majority in this case, and so it ignores them. In fact, the majority's dividing line between official and unofficial conduct narrows the conduct considered unofficial almost to a nullity. The majority pays lip service to the idea that presidents are not above the law, but it then proceeds to place former presidents beyond the reach of the federal criminal laws for any abuse of official power. How far does Sotomayor say presidents can now go? As far as they want, she says. The President of the United States is the most powerful person in the country and possibly the world. When he uses his official powers in any way under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power? Immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon? Immune. Immune, immune, immune. Even if these nightmare scenarios never play out, and I pray they never do, the damage has been done. The relationship between the president and the people he serves has shifted irrevocably. In every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. Sotomayor ends her missive like this. Moving forward, however, all former presidents will be cloaked in such immunity if the occupant of that office misuses official power for personal gain. The criminal law that the rest of us must abide will not provide a backstop. So there we have it. The president can now do many criminal things in official capacity as president and not fear any consequences. Amazing. Amazing. Which means that we have so many things to get excited about tonight, right? Mega, make Europe great again. Le Pen, winning it big in France. President's immunity from criminal acts in official capacity. Sign me up. Wow. Feels like we've got a lot of things to look forward to. It feels like we've got a lot of excitement building up. Who knows what will happen? Who knows what other exciting developments will, grace us. I'm sure we are all here for it, right? Are we? Are we here for it? Are we all excited? Are you all excited as I am? I wonder how much of the US went down on the World Freedom Index just because of this Supreme Court ruling. Oh, it just happens. It's just we can just I don't know, I guess we can check. Number 1, Afghanistan. Not free. Finland, 3. Political rights, civil liberties, total. Oh gosh. Oh no. Where's Poland? Let's see Poland. 68. 80. And what about the United States? $83. 33 and 50. 33 for political rights and 53 for civil liberties. So rest assured, the United States are still free. The United States are still free. Well, as I said before, because I've been said that these are two shit presidents, quote unquote, shit candidates, there's at least one thing that sets one of the shit candidates above the other. And that is the fact that one of the shit candidates actually respects the basic idea of democracy. That's a thing that at least one of those candidates even remotely cares about. You know? It is something to think about. At least one of these people even remotely care about democracy as a concept. You know? I guess that's a thing. All right. I guess we're ready to call it a night, right? We've been streaming for 4 hours, 15 minutes. I will leave you with a link to the fundraiser, and I'm going to work on certain things that I have to work on. I will be back probably tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what will happen, okay? Things might come up. Things might happen. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right? All right, then. I'll see you all. Bye-bye. Good night. Much love. I end this stream.